and welcome to peelpolitics.ca. It is election night and the polls have closed. My name is Michael A. Charbon. I'm going to be here with you till 11 o'clock tonight, and what we are doing is a focused broadcast all about Peel. The Peel region, 12 seats are being put in contention here in the region of Peel, and this group, a completely volunteer group here at peelpolitics.ca, is going to be bringing you the action and hyper-focused attention to all the regions and the ridings and their numbers. A very interesting election that we have here today. So why are we doing this? Well, we're doing this because it is a culmination of a group called Brampton Focus, who got together with another group called Mississauga Connects. And they decided that there needed to be a broadcast which focused on the 12 ridings in the Peel region. We want to know what's happening, what the numbers are, what's happening in the ridings, and what is going on. That's why we put this program together. How you can get in contact with us is actually quite interesting. If you're watching us now on the web at peelpolitics.ca, on the top right-hand piece of your frame, you will see a Facebook Messenger tab. Hit that tab and you will be able to converse with us. You'll be able to give us your comments. We'll read your comments live and we'll be able to see what you're thinking and what your feelings are. Also, we have a roving reporter, Mr. Hardeep Kallara, will be going to many of the campaign riding locations and talking to us live, interacting with us about how the feel is, how the candidates are doing, and some of the reactions that we're having live from the region of Peel. As we said, there are 12 ridings which are in contention in the region of Peel, and the three regions that we're doing is Brampton, Mississauga, and Dufferin-Caledon. Now, just to give you a perspective of how Canada kind of situated here, Canada, 36 million people live in Canada, 13.6 million people live in Ontario, and in the Peel region alone, there's about 1.5 million people. Now, it's been touted in this election that the Peel region will potentially decide what the new government is going to be. And this being a 70-day election period, which is one of the longest that it has gone on. We want to be able to, and we're going to go to a video. Which video are we going to go to, David? We're doing this. So we're going to go to our opening video. We want you to pay attention to this because this is a little bit of a montage of who we are and what we're doing. Let's go to the peelpolitics.ca video. Welcome back. As you saw, that was the all candidates meeting that Brampton Focus put together, where we entertained a whole bunch of the candidates and wanted to get their reactions in a discussion. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go what's called once around the hoop. So we're going to give you a little bit of a lay of the land of who is running and where they are running and the numbers and the ridings that we're going to be covering here on peelpolitics.ca. Again, we encourage you to click your Facebook Messenger tab up in the top right part of your screen and you can send us a comment. So let's go to the first one. The first riding is Brampton Centre. Brampton Centre is actually a new riding. There was two new ridings that the government created. There was 308 seats available in the House of Commons, and in 2015 they've added 30 new seats, and Brampton has 2 new seats, and this one in Brampton Centre is one of the new seats. And as you can see, underneath is Bal Gozel. He's running for the Conservatives. Mr. Gozel actually was the Conservative candidate in Bramley Gore Malton. Now he's gone to this other brand new one, which is Brampton Centre, and he's representing the Conservative Party. Also in the Green Party, Saul Butcher, the Liberal Party, Ramjeet Sangha, and the New Democratic is Rosemary Keenan. We also want to make mention of Frank Chilili. Now Frank does not appear on, or yes he does, Frank appears there. Frank is from the Marxist-Leninist Party. Now a unique thing about Canada, and something that many people died in the First and Second World War was to have the ability to vote. Now, although the Marxist-Leninist Party is not a party that garners very many votes, but it is something worthwhile to put up because it just shows that in a democratic society like Canada, and particularly a multicultural region like the region of Peel, we like to include everybody, and anybody who puts forth their name and commits themselves to run to represent a philosophy or a party, they deserve their due. So we will be including some of these other candidates who will be running. So that's your Brampton Centre, and that is your new riding. Let's go to the next one. The next one is Brampton East. Now, Brampton East is an open seat, and the reason why it's an open seat is, as I said previously, Balgozel, who was the Conservative incumbent in this seat, is now running in Brampton Centre. So Brampton East now becomes a riding that is open. So for the Conservative, Naval Badji is running for the Conservatives. The Green Party is Kyle Lacroix. A Liberal Party is Raj Agriwal. And for the New Democratic Party, the NDP, is Haberjeet Singh Kalon. Interesting enough, you will see our ticker underneath this broadcast. So within a 2-minute period of watching our broadcast, you will be able to see the numbers and be able to get some information right from some of these campaign headquarters during the complete time of our broadcast. We've also got a bunch of very interesting guests too, which we will be bringing on, discussing politics and giving their perspective on how the election is going. Let's go to our next one. The next one is Brampton North. The Conservative is Parm Gill. He is the incumbent. Green Party is Pauline Thornham. For the Liberal Party, we've got Ruby Sahota. And for the New Democratic Party, Martin Singh. And the Communist Party, Hardeep Hundal. Again, you've got 5 candidates running, and we'll see how that works. It's going to be very interesting. The Brampton region was a fully Conservative blue area, which the Conservatives were quite interested in coveting, but this election is going to be quite the competition. So as we venture and voyage through our evening, we'll be able to see how it all materializes. Another new riding in Brampton is Brampton South. Brampton South. Now, Kyle Seaback, interesting enough, Kyle Seaback is an incumbent, but he actually ran in the Brampton West region. But because of the reconfiguration, Kyle Seaback now is in Brampton South. So he is representing the Conservatives and is considered an incumbent. The Green Party is Sean Hatton. Liberal Party is Sonia Sidhu. And the New Democratic Party is Amarjeet Sangha. So there are your 4 combatants, if you wish, in the brand new Brampton South riding. Let's go to Brampton West. Now, this is an open seat, and the reason that it is an open seat is because Kyle Seaback went to Brampton South. So in Brampton West, we have a brand new bunch of people. These are all people who are vying for your vote and your endorsement, and there was some heavy campaigning going on, and it's been touted that the Brampton West riding is going to be quite contested, so we'll be very interested to see how the vote numbers materialize as we go through the evening. And the Conservatives in Brampton West is Ninder Thin, and the Green Party is Karthika Gopinath, and the Liberal Party is Kamel Kahera, and the New Democratic Party is Andona Patterson. That is the people in Brampton West. Now that covers all 5 ridings in Brampton. And again, Brampton with 2 new ridings and a couple of ridings open. We're very interested to see how that materializes. Okay, now let's switch gears and we'll go around the hoop in Mississauga. Mississauga actually has 6 seats. In 2011, there was only 5 seats, and it was also all blue. It was Conservative all the way around. There are 4 incumbents. One of them, actually, interestingly enough, a little bit of politics, Eve Adams was elected as a Conservative representative, and she wanted to cross the floor, as you would say, and became a Liberal. Unfortunately, when they ran to find out who would be the Liberal representative, Eve Adams was not included in that. So interesting little story. So in the Mississauga region, now they have 6 seats total. Again, in 2011, there was 308 seats in the House of Commons, and we've increased that by 30. So it was 338 seats, 15 new ones in the province of Ontario. So let's go through around the hoop in Mississauga, starting with a brand new one, and that's Mississauga Centre. In Mississauga Centre, you've got 4 candidates who are running. Julius Tyan Song. You have Ling Nagayan, who's representing the Green Party. For the Liberals, Omar now they always have problems. Argabanarath. This young gentleman had run once before, so it's interesting to see him coming back. And he was actually one of those guys who was very young, so interesting. Also for the New Democratic Party, we've got Farhan Khan, and that is the four candidates who are running in Mississauga Centre, a brand new area in Mississauga. Now we go to Cooksville, which is Mississauga East. We've got Waleed Lizam. This is a conservative guy. He is the incumbent. Jamili Binka, who is running for the Green Party. Peter Fonseca, this is an old Liberal, not old in the sense, I mean, this is a gentleman who's been around in the Liberal Party, very active. Peter Fonseca for the Liberals is running. And Ali Navik for the New Democratic Party. And also for the Marxist-Leninist Party, we have Tim Sullivan. That's Mississauga East and Cooksville. We now go to Mississauga, Erin Mills, another one of those very hearty areas that was conservative. That was Bob Decker, who is the incumbent there, blue for the Conservatives. He's running again. For the Green Party, Andrew Robelin. And for the Liberal Party, Arika Kahad. And for the New Democratic Party, Michelle Bielik. Michelle Bielik, actually, for the New Democrats Party, also ran in the provincial election. So we'll be interested to see how she fares this time in her federal pursuit to get a seat. Next, let's go to Mississauga Lakeshore. Again, that was blue in 2011, and the Conservatives, Stella Ambler was the lady who won that. The Green Party now has Arlanda Bergner. The Liberal Party, Sven Spengeman. A lot of traction for Sven and a lot of interest. You saw a lot of signs. You know, they say that signs on the lawn can calculate to about 10,000 votes. So we'll be interested to see how Mississauga Lakeshore fares. And the New Democratic Party is Eric Guberlinski. And we also have two other independents. One is the Libertarian Party, which is Paul Woodworth. I had the opportunity to talk to Paul Woodworth. This guy is a hardworking guy, not a lot of money behind his campaign, and the Libertarian Party is a fledgling party, but we salute someone who puts their name forward and wants to represent their feeling and their perspective. So that's Paul Woodworth with the Libertarian Party. And the Marxist-Leninist Party is Dagmar Sullivan. So 6 candidates running in the Mississauga East Lakeshore riding. Now, an open seat, again, where someone has left. This is where Eve Adams formerly was the Conservative incumbent in the Mississauga Malton area, but she was running to get the nomination, I should say, in the Liberal Party. But Navdeep Bains in the Liberal Party is the representative in Mississauga Malton. And the Conservatives, you've got Jagdish Grewal. The Green Party is Helen Mercer. And in the New Democratic Party is Diane Douglas. And there's also an independent running, which is Naresh Thariani. Again, we want to salute anybody who takes the time to put their name forward. Running a campaign, and particularly this one, in 78 days takes money, it takes the endorsement of your family, and it takes a lot of energy. You've got to do a lot of door knocking and to do a lot of explaining, doing public appearances, roundtables, and as we did Brampton Focus did the all candidates meeting. So you've got to be able to field the questions. So some people think that, politics is always about just talking. Well, that's part of it, but you really have to know what you're talking about, and then you have to face the people at the doors, and that's always an interesting scenario. Let's go to the next riding in Mississauga, and that's Mississauga Streetsville. That's a Conservative. Brad Butt is the Conservative in there. He is the incumbent. He won the last seat. For the Green Party is Chris Hill. Liberal Party is Kagan Sikand. The New Democratic Party is Fazal Karim. And for the Christian Heritage Party is Yegor Tarazenkic. So you've had the Christian Heritage Party, you've had the Independents, you have the Libertarian, you have the Marxist-Leninist. It's always a good thing in a democracy to see that you have all kinds of people running. Quite in contrary, as you would say, to the Americans, where you have the Republicans and the Democrats and the Independents. Here in Canada, we're very fortunate to have so many people who are interested in running for political office. And as I said before, this is quite the contested election, the longest in the history, 78 days. And we're going to have some interesting results, and it'll be quite an exciting evening, and we hope that you will join us. If you wish to interact with us, as you're watching this broadcast at popolitics.ca, you can click on the top right-hand side. You'll see a Facebook Messenger tab. And if you tab that, it'll take you to Facebook and it'll allow you to give us what your opinion is, what your feelings are, even some of your predictions. It'll be interesting to see what some of the folks out there feel is going to happen. We also have Hardeep Fallara, who's going to be going around to some of the campaign offices and giving us a live report using his Facebook Messenger app. So it's absolutely imperative that you talk to him or you see him. And if you do see him, make sure that you give him a little bit of your mind, as they would say. Hardeep is a great guy, and you'll notice him. You'll see what he looks like. We're going to have him up shortly. So that ends our Mississauga aspect of it. Again, this year in 2015, 6 seats available and 1 new one, and it was all Conservative blue. Finally, we're going to talk about Dufferin-Caledon. They have 1 seat available. The incumbent for the Conservative Party was David Allen Tilson. He is the incumbent in Dufferin Dufferin-Caledon, I'm sorry. The Green Party is Nancy Urquhart. The Liberal Party is Ed Grusin, and the New Democratic Party is Rayhan Yazabek. We also welcome all the folks from Dufferin-Caledon. You are very much part of the Peel region and the 1.5 million people who are going to, we believe, to a certain extent, decide what's going to happen in this federal election. As promised, we have some really interesting guests, and part of doing politics is always getting a perspective from what other people think and what their perspective is, and what is it that they believe should be done, and where should we go. And it is voices like that that give us pause for consideration and give us fodder, if you would say, to discuss. My first guest is Layla Zabriyan. Layla ran actually in the provincial for the provincial Green Party. She's a social activist. And she's a young lady who is vocal in the community and is someone that's going to lend a little bit of perspective to us from both the youth vote, a little livable income, first past the post, which is an interesting topic, and I look forward to talking to you about that, and the environment. So I'd like to welcome Layla. Layla, thank you so much for joining us here in peelpolitics.ca.
It's a pleasure to be here, Michael.
Thank you. I appreciate your time being here. I know there's lots of things that people could do, and lots of people would rather just sit there and watch, but you're a participant, so I appreciate that. I want to talk about a livable income with you first, because that was something that we spoke of ever so briefly. A lot of people say that the minimum wage is something that should be changed, and people say that where minimum wage is being earned sometimes is a job that's only supposed to be part-time, whereas other people believe that a minimum wage in any job should be a livable wage. Where do you sit on that?
Well, truthfully, the major point of it, with having higher wage, but also this idea of the guaranteed livable income, the purpose of it is to eliminate poverty. And the logic behind it is, if people aren't making enough just even to survive, have a roof over their head, have food on the table, that the government would provide enough funds, even just to bring it up to $20,000 annually a year. And what this would do, it would actually save the government money in the long run, as this means there are less crimes of poverty, so less money is spent on housing people in jails. They are healthier, so that's less money going to the health care. Mm-hmm. And overall, it's something that makes people happier and is financially sustainable.
Minimum wage, when it was originally created, some would say was created for the purpose of saying that it is a part-time job. It is something that is not a fully skilled job. It is to be occupied by people who would do it on a part-time basis. Now, in the situation that we're dealing with regards to inflation and the cost of living and the cost of living in the Peel region, these part-time jobs are becoming more permanent jobs. The unfortunate reality is some of the business owners are saying if they have to address an increase in wage to the extent, we're talking about a $5 raise in minimum wage approximately now, that will cut into their profits to such an extent that they'll have to raise their retail prices, and it could conceivably stop their business.
It generally has to do with the balance of what is taken through profits versus how much is being spent on the employees. I know truthfully, with small business, I think there would probably be some adjustment that. But I know with the more big box companies, really some prices would only be as much as, say, 60 cents in order to give people a livable wage. What's happening, I can even just say for example, with my own family, those who work in the retail sector, they are being given more work for less pay, and it's all just going to the business owner. So if anything, it's only cutting into profit. It's not cutting into how much they're being able to actually afford.
So I'm not here to challenge you. I'm here to stimulate discussion, and we'd be more than happy if you have some comments on the minimum wage or living wage. You can go to our peel.ca Facebook page, and you can send something to us if you're interested in joining in that conversation. The problem, though, is that now we live in a social democratic society. We have many safety nets that we utilize. So it's things like that that make the difference. And one of the things that we did was previously, and I'll come back right back to you, Layla. We went out to the streets of Peel Region and we talked to some people. So we're going to give you a little bit of a perspective. Some of the streeters we had an opportunity to talk to earlier.
They said middle class. They never talk about people who are further down than the middle class. And we have to think about that. We always hear the middle class and the rich, but you know there are people who are going to bed without food. There are people who need homes, and that's one of the reasons why I still haven't totally made up my mind, because not one of the candidates have touched on that issue. I haven't seen that, and I think that's important. That we do need the poorer class people do need someone to stand for them.
All the candidates, and I mean the three main candidates, are not saying that Green Party don't have anything, but they are not there. They base in the middle class. Honestly, let's go and do a look back in the census of Canada. The middle class is just a small portion. There is the 1% of the rich people, then the middle class is not that much, and then we have the lower middle class to poverty. And that is the majority of the country right now. Take it wherever you want to go, from north to south, east to west. We have more poor people. We have people that are working 2 jobs. We have single parents, female or male, that has to deal a lot in this world and get food in the house and pay a rent because they are not able to afford a house. Like in my case, I don't have not even a car because I cannot afford a car. I cannot afford a house. And many people are unemployed right now. And they are just making this election like the middle class. Well, excuse me, this is not the election of the middle class. Yes, the middle class has right now sort of a power, but the majority, and this I'm saying, the majority of Canadians, be residents, be landed immigrants, be refugee status, or be Canadian, or the Aboriginal Canadians, that are the ones that are more poor than anybody else in here, are the majority. How is it possible that they make this election only for the middle class?
Broadcast at plpolitics.ca. We're coming to you live from our studios in Brampton, and we'll be broadcasting to 11 o'clock. Some of those streeters you saw talked about poverty, talked about people in the middle class, talked about the poor. I'm joined by Lara Zerabian, who is formerly, she ran in the for the Green Party in the provincial election, and she's here to give us a little bit of insight. Lara, the streeters that we saw there, they talked about the middle class disappearing. That's one of the things that we've noticed both in the United States and particularly in the Peel region. The middle class is shrinking. Those folks who are just making enough to have a little bit extra is being eliminated, and now they're talking about the working poor. And one of the things now that they talked about was a livable wage. How do you see the middle class now? What's your perspective of where the middle class is?
I don't have a monetary definition per se. I know for myself it's generally those who can, you can get the essentials in life and have a bit of extra that you're not worried about, one mistake leading to homelessness and to poverty. So I unfortunately don't know like the monetary definition.
I think it's under 22,000, something like that, I believe.
I don't think there are many people that can survive on that.
It's very difficult.
Even just having like a small apartment is $800 a month, and that on top of having to afford electricity, hydro, food, that I would not consider that minimum wage at all, or middle class at all.
So, as we said, the middle class is shrinking, but one of the other subjects that's coming to this election is all about students, and it's about tuition. We want to educate the next generation because those are the people who are going to be the engine to pilot our economy. Let's talk a little bit about tuition. Tuition, one of the parties in the United States, for instance, are purporting that it should be free tuition for everybody. And one would say that if you don't have to pay a little bit of money, and they don't have any skin in the game. Some people would say that it is a responsibility of the state to take care of tuition and educating our next generation, whereas, again, referring to the United States, it's a profit position. It's a money-making thing. Our schools, our colleges and universities, and our technical institutes in Canada do charge, but obviously the amount of money that's being paid by the student is significantly less than in other regions. What's your take on tuition and the tuition fees?
Well, as someone who still owes $30,000, I could say that yes, it would be useful if it was certainly a lot less. I know Ontario is the highest amount of tuition out of all the provinces in Canada, but I do agree with going for more what certain countries in Europe are doing, in which it's more through the tax dollars and tuition is free. And I know you were saying earlier that, it should be that it should be paid, but part of my argument for this is that I think if you have free tuition, then it's more concentrated on who is the best of the best who deserve to go to university. I've had situations, I remember being 13 years old, another fellow classmate of mine crying one day because she said, her family, had never even occurred to her the possibility of going to college because her family couldn't possibly afford it. Mm-hmm. So I think if you eliminated the monetary issue, which does lead to further division of economic classes, you then focus more on what education is supposed to be about: education, knowledge, that drive to learn more.
The how would you say the counter comment to that is, I mean, if we face the reality of when kids go to college or university, the first year is, there's a lot of drinking, a lot of carousing that goes on because it is the first time in many instances that they're away from their families and they are let loose. The educational component in the first term sometimes is questionable at best. One would say, and that has been purported in Europe, that with the free tuitions, there are some people who are taking a 4-year course and taking 10 years to complete the course. Because if you don't have any skin in the game, then it's not as valuable to you. We eliminate some of the value in education if we take away the payment element. I do see your point. I mean, in the United States, there's many students who have a student debt of over $200,000, physicians, for instance, and that's a heck of a debt that you have to deal with. Do you not believe, though, that you took your education more seriously because you had some student debt which was accrued to you? Maybe if we talked about the amount, reduction of the amount, but do you not believe that there is some merit to have some financial responsibility on the student who's taking the course?
In terms of no, I wouldn't say so. I mean, part of the issue for myself, when I was going through my own program, truthfully speaking, it was not a program that was right for me. But my fear was leaving to try to join another program and then incurring more debt because I have to spend more years into it. So, if anything, it almost scared me from continuing my education. And there's a lot of people who fear continuing their education because of it as well. As you were saying, there is some problem with people becoming more rowdy when they become independent, which I think that just has more to do with a societal issue. I mean, it used to be in the olden days you were an adult by your early teenage years. Now It's changed. So I think, if anything, I was saying this earlier, maybe it should be stricter in terms of requirements, but more in terms of grades and things like that. There are some universities, they just let anybody in because they just want money. It is only for profit, and when you concentrate more on quantity, you're reducing your quality.
Interesting. Okay. Let's now transition a little bit to the Green Party. You ran as a provincial candidate for the Green Party, and the Green Party has a very strong environmental position. One of the engines in Canada is our oil. I mean, the XL pipeline, the tar sands, etc., are an engine that propels our country now with oil prices at about $47 a barrel, when many of the financial basis and loans that was done in the west of Canada was based on a $100 barrel of oil. The Green Party is very stringent in the ecology and in our planet. What are some of the things that you see environmentally that you think that we're missing in our current government and potentially our next government?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with legislation that's passed that has made things far too lenient. All of our lakes and rivers used to be protected, millions of them, and now it's reduced to less than the thousands, if not the hundreds. And these are things that are supposed to last us, not just the next like 10 years, nothing to make a quick buck. It's supposed to last us to survive as a species for generations to come. So I think it's been a very short-sighted focus the way legislation has been lately, because environment, it's not just being a hippie and a tree hugger. It's about human survival.
It's interesting when you watch Elizabeth May behind us, and she has been a passionate campaigner. The Green Party has accumulated 2 seats in the House of Commons, and they're talking now about that there's a very good potential that she may get at least another 1 or 2. So we may see potentially 4 seats. And the Green Party has really gotten some traction because Elizabeth May is an engaging speaker. I found it very interesting when the debates were going on and they did not include Elizabeth May in one of the debates, and she started tweeting, and she was getting great traction just by tweeting and being involved, even though she wasn't invited. And she wasn't invited because she was from the Green Party. She wasn't invited because they didn't want to address her environmental concerns. It's because the amount of votes that she garnered, she really didn't qualified to have a seat at the table. But there are many people who believe that the Green Party and what they represent is very important. What would you say, Leila, is the most important aspect of the Green Party? Is there one particular thing which is a hallmark?
To me, it's that they concentrate on long-term sustainability, not just for the environment, but also financially. They try to find the balance of what helps people, what helps the economy, and that, to me, that's focusing on viability in the future. And also they very much focus on what is the science telling us. I am someone who's a big fan of logic. If you can prove me wrong using facts, I go for that. And that's something Green Party follows as well.
Yeah, some of the pundits would say that some of the Green Party initiatives are going to affect negatively some of the commercial aspirations, the mining, that sometimes some of the Green Party's aspects may hinder the progress of business, whereas others say that it is important to protect the environment, which supersedes business. So there's quite a. I see you. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I have to counter that because everybody thinks it's either you help the environment or you help the economy. Why not both? There are ways that you can invest in technology, green technology, that gives jobs, and it doesn't kill us in the future. And there are so many things many practices that people have done in the past that we no longer do anymore, and it affects that one industry, but then new industries come out front because of it, and jobs continue, things still grow.
Yeah, interesting. Let's talk about the next segment, and the next segment is all about youth vote. And when I say the next segment, these are the people that are going to come into the inheritance, if you wish, of our country, and the youth vote is very, very important. One of the things I think that we saw, particularly in the United States with the Obama election, was they went out and get out the vote. And through social media, they really did generate a vote. So let's talk a little bit about youth and about the vote. The youth. How important is it to get folks out there?
Well, it's incredibly important. I mean, last election, 39% of people didn't go out and vote, and that's a higher percentage than even elected the conservative majority. So when you think about all these people who say my vote doesn't matter, actually, if everybody went out, that could have changed the landscape of things completely.
Yeah, and I think there is not as much acknowledgement. I mean, if you talk to folks who are in the old age homes, or folks that have grandkids who go out and vote, for them to go out and vote is not a right. It is a privilege. It is something that is earned. And I mean, I can attest to many people in the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and in the legions. When they talk about the sacrifices in war, in treasure and lives that was spent to give us the opportunity to vote, it should be something which is taken very, very personally. Interestingly enough, in Australia, and I'm interested to see what you think of this, Lily, in Australia, it's mandatory to vote. 95%, they have 95% turnout in the vote in Australia. Last election in 2011, only 60% or 61%, I believe, of Canadians voted. And you look at that and you kind of think, geez, I wonder why people aren't coming out to vote. What would you say if someone was to say that it was a mandatory thing, and that if you didn't vote in the Canadian election, that there would be repercussions on your taxes?
Oh yes, I actually have a first-hand experience with this because my mother is from Iran, and it was mandatory voting, and she does not like politics. So you had to go vote, and she just, spoiled her ballot. But there's a part of me that would like the idea of making it mandatory, but at the same time, I guess because it affects different individuals, they might feel that their rights are being infringed. So it's a little hard to judge that. But at the same time, I do really want the voter turnout to increase because honestly, 61%, that's abysmal.
Yes, it is abysmal. And I think in this particular election, there's been a lot more said about you've got to get out and vote. In many of the financial institutes, they say you have no basis to complain if you don't vote. And voting is very important. It's funny. I always like to bring my Elections Canada card because this really shows that they care. And some would laugh and say, oh, that they care. If you think how privileged we are to have the opportunity to flex our political muscles, to be able to decide who it is that we want to run this country, I think we're very fortunate. One final thing, Leila, before I let you go. They talk about first past the post, and that's all about representative election of a per vote per person, if you wish. So the Conservatives won a majority. I think it was 39% of the popular vote that the Conservatives got, and they had a majority government. Some would say that 39% of the popular vote does not constitute a majority, but it did in the sense of the Conservatives from the amount of seats that they won in the House of Commons. Others would say, and there are many constituents in the European market that have one vote is worth one piece of the total amount of votes available, so you elect the popular vote, right? The fundamental problem with that is it's very hard to govern because they say with so many different factions. I mean, we had one riding here which had 5 candidates, and to get consensus, you're in constant deliberation. What's your position on first past the post?
Honestly, it needs to go. To be honest, I think even like the fact that it's 39% led to 100% of power just is completely flawed. It doesn't make sense. If 50% of people voted for, say, Liberal in every single riding across the country, they would have 100% of the power, even though half the country didn't vote for them. And that just is not representative of the Canadian people. I think, if anything, we probably should go more for what Germany has, which is mixed member proportional, that is both based on percentage and geography, which for Canada, as a large country, you still need that geographic representation. So I think having a combination of the two that better fits both what people believe and where they live, that is what is needed for the country.
Interesting, because you think with so many people, I mean, in our country, who do you vote for? Do you vote for the person in your riding? Maybe that person in your riding is the right person for the objectives you want to accomplish in your riding, but does that person reflect what your political feeling is to run the country? That is the problem with that. Any final comments to the folks out there? Do you have a prediction? Do you have an idea what's going to happen tonight?
It's a little difficult to say. I mean, I would have had less idea a couple of weeks ago due to when it was a three-way race, but because of first past the post, looking at, currently they're saying, oh, there will be a Liberal minority government, but because of first past the post, that percentage does not apply as strongly as other things.
Do you believe in all the polls? Because I had the privilege of hosting the last provincial elections, and everybody was saying, oh, it's going to be this, it's going to be that, and all of a sudden we got a majority government, and everybody was kind of going, what happened? I mean, I don't trust the polls. I really don't.
I mean, even the last federal election, the results were nothing that anybody expected. Even the Alberta provincial election became NDP. No one saw that. 40 years of Conservative, suddenly they went the complete opposite side. So I feel like when it comes to elections, it's anybody's game.
Leila Zirabian. Leila, thank you so much for joining us today. I see the wonderful door is opening, so we may have another guest. You're watching Peel Politics. Thank you so much for being here. Did you vote?
Oh, I did on the special ballots.
You did the special ballot.
Yeah.
Interesting enough. Thank you so much for joining us and taking time out to be with us tonight. You know, it was interesting. They said that some of the people who voted in the advanced polls has almost been a raise of 75% of people in the advanced polls. Now, if you consider how many people that is, that's a huge amount. Just to give you a little bit of review again, if you're watching us on peelpolitics.ca. If you click the top right corner, that is our Facebook link, and you can write us a comment, and you can give us what your feeling is at this point. There's 12 ridings in the region of Peel, and you know, it's the kind of thing that you wonder what is going to happen. It was a total conservative sweep in the last election, and there's a lot of ridings that are in contention this time. So very interesting time. Brampton, for instance, is the 9th largest city in the Canadian landscape, if you wish, just over 523,000 people. The demographics in Brampton is quite interesting. 38% of it is South Asian, with 32% white and Caucasian. So actually, the majority is the visible minority, and this is becoming the trend in some of our up-and-coming urban centers. Politically, they had a conservative sweep in the last election. Provincially, though, interestingly enough, they had, of the 4 seats provincially, they had 3 Liberal and 1 NDP. So it is a very contested area, and it is something that demands some focus. And that's why a group of people called Brampton Focus got together. They put together an all-candidates meeting where they invited all the candidates from all the parties to sit down and have a discussion. And one of the people who was instrumental in putting that together, amongst a group of almost 15 people, is Mr. Don McLeod, and he is joining us now from Brampton Focus. Don, welcome to peelpolitics.ca.
I see you again, Michael.
You know, I'm telling you, it's quite amazing what you've assembled here today, and I have to compliment you on this. Your team put together an amazing perspective here. If you think out there, folks, this is 100% volunteer. This is put together by Brampton Focus. Paul Vicente has a production studio and facilities and has availed us of his equipment and his technology and allowed us to come in here and play politics for you. We have many of the campaign offices in the ridings having us up on their screens talking about this. I want to compliment you, Don, on you and your team in Brampton Focus and what you've achieved. First of all, with the All Candidates debate, which is a public service that is more needed, but grassroots political activism and getting the word out is going to be the next trend, and you guys at Brampton Focus are very much leading the way in that.
Well, I mean, it's something that, like I said to you before, after the last election, we decided there was a lot of things that we were interested in, and we had a group of dedicated, basically dedicated volunteers who were looking to still maintain, you know, a footprint in the landscape sort of thing, and we had a lot to say and a lot to do, and we decided there was too much talent to just back off and leave the scene. So we decided to start Brampton Focus, and there's quite a bunch of, I mean, it's quite a talented group. I mean, to put the election debate together and then a month later to swing into something like this is, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of money, but everyone is pulled together, and it just goes to show you what can be done if you have a group of dedicated people willing to spend time and money and effort into it.
Now, the Peel region is a large region, and if you think of the combination of Brampton, Caledon, and Mississauga, it's a large breadth. And when you talk about this many seats and you talk about a production of this level, Brampton Focus reached out and was connected with Mississauga Connects. And they've added quite a fabric to this. I mean, they've come on board the same scenario from the standpoint of being politically active, being a voluntary group full of volunteers, and communicating to their region, which is Mississauga. How did that work? Because Brampton Focus was very focused on Brampton, as they should, hence the name. How did you come to include Mississauga Connects?
Well, you know, the thing is with Peel, I mean, there was a network that actually was going to cover the Peel region, which decided not to, so we decided to pick up the ball and do it ourselves. Mississauga Connects is almost like, it's a group like us. I mean, they're just starting, but they're not as, I would say, organized as us, but they're starting. And we decided to partner with them because, like I told you before, there was one of the major networks decided not to cover Peel specifically, but rather do Ontario as a whole. we felt there was enough ridings in Brampton and Mississauga that are going to be hotly contested. There's going to be a big swing change in a lot of these ridings, and it's interesting to actually watch the dynamics, and there's going to be a big landscape change, I feel, in Mississauga and Brampton. That's one of the reasons why we decided. I mean, you know, in our region in Brampton, we have one newspaper, we have online radio stations, but we don't have a radio station, you know, through the airwaves. We don't have any television stations.
Other than Four Corners, if I could
yes,
just...
exactly.
Four Corners, that's an
Radio.
interesting, it's a Brampton radio station. It was streaming us live, so we would like to welcome all our listeners on Four Corners Radio, which is a Brampton volunteer radio station. They are covering us. So you do have a Brampton radio station.
Well, they're online.
They're online,
yeah. Yeah, they're not on through the airwaves, but they're online, and I know Peter Whitaker, he is, you know, running that, and he's done a great job. It's a fantastic thing. But we need more media outlets. We need more information out there for people who are looking for it. And, you know, all of us ran in the last municipal election of Brampton Focus, and I know that Mississauga Connects, the people involved in Mississauga Connects, they ran in the last municipal election.
So you're all
also.
politically savvy.
We're all political savvy. We wanted to maintain, like I said, a footprint within the community, and we wanted to be able to give something back to the community because we just didn't want to disappear.
Well, I think giving something back, that's a good transition. I appreciate for the segue. Michael Jovey, who's one of your members, one of your executive members of Brampton Focus, who is a baseball nut. This guy is a baseball nut. And you can be well aware of the fact he's probably got the Jays game glued to his forehead. But Michael Jovey was instrumental in working with Brampton Focus to raise money for the Osler Health Center. And you guys raised like $12,000 putting on a softball league.
Yeah, that was the first thing that we did, actually. That was for the Peel Memorial, specifically for the Peel Memorial Hospital that's going up in Brampton. It was a charity softball event, and it was mostly political people that were involved in the you know, the teams. It was Brampton Focus, and on the other side we had you know, Kyle Seaback. We had I think Ruby was there. Ruby Sahota. There was Mally. There was.
Yeah, the people came out to
people.
support. Yeah, and the mayor, Madam Jeffries was out there. Mayor Jeffries was there.
Came out. She threw out the first pitch. So it was more a political sort of softball game rather than a hardball game. But we did raise $13,000 for the Peel Memorial Hospital. We plan on doing it next year. We've already got a venue and we've already got a date. So it's something that is going to be happening every year. We challenge the councillors and any other political entities that we can find out there.
We encourage you, you're watching PeelPolitics.ca. My name is Michael Charbon. I'm your host till 11 o'clock. We encourage you to interact with us. You can use your Twitter account, which is hashtag Peel, P-E-E-L, ELXN. So Peel Election, so P-E-E-L-E. LXN, so you can tweet us. You can also click your FaceTime Messenger tab in the top right corner and send us a message. Tell us what you think. What are your predictions? And we'll start to put some of your reactions on. We've also got Hardeep Fallara, who is going to be our roving reporter on behalf of PeelPolitics.ca. He's going to be going around to the different campaign offices and giving us an on-the-spot report. And we're looking forward to talk to some of the candidates and some of the people out there who are experiencing an election firsthand. Again, we're covering Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon. My guest is Mr. Don McLeod. He's a member of Brampton Focus and one of the influential people who has been able to put this together. And we want to send out special kudos to Mr. Paul Vicente, whose technical equipment and his tireless work for the past 4 days in putting this all together. And a legion of volunteers. We'll go through the names afterwards. But I have to tell you, it is quite a humbling experience to come here and see so many people working so hard. If you can only imagine the budgets and the times and the sets and everything that the major networks have put together to do their election coverage. We've MacGyvered this, if someone wants to say in a nice little way. But the legion of people that we have downstairs monitoring what the polls are, reaching out to all the candidates, the technical abilities that is necessary to put this all together, and the people to make it happen have all come together and volunteered because this is something that is important to us. Politics is important and your vote is important. And I hope that you utilize this card because I think we're going to see quite an interesting result. I'm going to talk about a minority government. A lot of people are saying that there is a very good chance that we may have a minority government, either conservative or liberal, depending on how it all turns out. And interestingly enough, there's been several minority governments, and Harper was actually one of the ones who had two of them in the last course. In some of my research, John Diefenbaker, I know you're probably too young, and I say that. Don McLeod, John Diefenbaker. No, but Diefenbaker had two actually minority governments, and he was a conservative in 57 and 62. Lester B. Pearson, he also had two, 63 and 65, but he was a liberal. And Pierre Trudeau, nice hair, he actually had a minority government in 72. So when you start talking about a minority government, Joe Clark in 1979, Paul Martin in 2004, and Stephen Harper in 2006 and 2008 also had a minority government. They say that the average minority government lasts about a year and a half, because one party's not going to support the other party. And there has been some scuttlebutt, if you wish, that the two other parties who would be involved in a minority government will probably not get together to either defeat the government or support the government. What do you see, Don, if we have a minority scenario, without having to name political parties, because we don't want to, there's still people who are voting out there.
Well, if we have a minority government, then we'll be seeing you here in about a year and a half. That's the way it boils down. I predict a minority government. I'm not going to say who I predict, but I know you have the same idea. It'll be an interesting scenario. It's unfortunate that we're going to be heading into something like that because of the minority involved. It's very difficult to get consensus between the parties on what's going on. We know that Thomas Mulcair said he would not work with Justin Trudeau. To burn a bridge like that before it's even built is kind of interesting, but
yeah, it's interesting. I have to say, I totally agree. I don't know if I would have gone to. Why would you say that ahead of time? Isn't that slightly political suicide, if you wish?
I guess he kind of said it when he was riding high in the polls. Now he's a little bit lower in the polls. He might want to think about it again, but we'll see what goes on. It'll be an interesting. I think this is probably one of the most interesting elections in the last 10, 12 years. It started off where the NDP actually were the front runners, but they seem to have faded quite a bit, and I think the Liberals are picking up quite a bit of that slack that the NDP has lost. So it will be interesting tonight to see who forms the next government. I don't think it's going to be, I'd be very, very surprised if it was a majority government.
I would be too. I will say one thing, I think Quebec is going to be the region that's really going to have some effect, because the NDP effect previously, I think, is quite something. Mr. Don McLeod from Brampton Focus. Don, thank you so much for everything you did, and thank you for your team.
Thank
your
you,
team
Mike.
Here is amazing, absolutely.
We will see you later on tonight.
We probably will. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
So
Michael.
as we get our next guest in, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going on. So we are broadcasting live from a studio in Brampton. We started at 7 o'clock. We're going right to 11 or 10:30, depending on what time that we can actually determine who has won. There are 12 seats which are available in the region of Peel, and this is actually the 42nd election in Canada. It's the deciding area is probably going to be Quebec and Ontario. One of the things that has been of question is 78 days. That's almost 11 weeks for an election. It's unheard of as far as the time is concerned, because 78 days, they're all saying, my, it's so long, but it's quite something. 26.4 million people can vote in Canada, and some of the statistics have said that almost 60% increase in the advanced polls. We heard today Election Canada had a little bit of a burp there for a bit. There was some polls that were late in opening, and you couldn't get onto the Elections Canada website, but everything was all fixed and everybody actually got out there and voted. So very, very important. Some of the things that the Conservative government started off with, and two of the things, was Bill C-24 and Bill C-51, and both of those legislations had some repercussions, if you would wish, in the region of Peel. We are very much a multicultural region in the region of Peel, and those two bills, C-24 and C-51, those two bills dealt with the immigration. They dealt with being able to bring in people. There's so many aspects. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to bring a legal in here, and someone who can comment a little bit on the legality and some of the things that are coming up. My friend and a wonderful gentleman is Mr. Calvin Barry, who's now is joining us.
Hey, Michael.
How are you, Calvin?
Good.
Thank you so much for being here. Calvin Barry is the former Crown Chief Prosecuting Attorney for Ontario. Spent many days defending Ontario's rights in the courts and prosecuting people. Well, you did. And now Calvin has gone to the dark side, as I would say. He's a defense attorney, and a very good defense attorney, I might add. Calvin, I want to thank you so much for joining us here tonight. I know it's quite a trek to come out here, but I really appreciate you joining us. Bill C-24 and Bill C-51 have been quite contested, and it's been two things from a legislative standpoint that they say is going to be challenging the rights of Canadians. You as a defense attorney and as a former prosecutor, how do you gauge 24 and 51?
Well, I mean, it's legislation. It's out there, and there's going to be constitutional challenges for any type of debatable legislation. As you can see, there's a big struggle with the Supreme Court of Canada and with the Harper government, and it seems that every time that the Supreme Court of Canada comes with a ruling knocking down some legislation, Harper tries to do patch, quilt work, effect to try to fix it in the short term, it seems, and that's kind of caused a rift between the Chief Justice and the Prime Minister's office, and I think there's more to come with this type of legislation because it's controversial and people agree to disagree on certain aspects of it.
Excellent answer. And we had the opportunity earlier to go out to the streets with our Brampton Focus and our POpolitics.ca reporters and do a couple of streeters. So let's see what the people on the street have to say.
I support the Liberals. I'm a Liberal. I always have been for the last 30 some odd years. So provincially and federally, so I like Justin's platform so far. I can tell you why I don't like the Conservatives. I don't like them infringing upon my rights, my civil rights.
Some of them would be?
Bill C 361, I think it is, where they can look at anything that I do. That's not what a Canadian is about. That's more like a socialist, or not a socialist country, a dictatorship, which is what he's trying to do. He limits debate on everything, throws everything into omnibus bills so that there's little or no debate.
Welcome back to POpolitics.ca. We're talking with Mr. Calvin Barry, who is a defense attorney in Toronto and former chief Crown prosecuting attorney. So, Calvin, one of the things that's first come up, and it's been said a couple of times, that in Bill C-24, if you have dual citizenship and you are convicted of an indictable offense, or what they constitute as something heinous acts against the state or considered high treason, that the government said that they have the ability to take away your citizenship. Now, in some countries in Europe, I mean, if you were to do that, that's a natural cause. That's just what it is. But here, we've been hearing mention that, what you've just created is a second class of citizen. Being a defense attorney, you would probably be one of those guys who would be defending or representing someone who's going against the government, right?
Yes.
Are we just going to see a huge amount of litigious BS, if you wish, that's going to go on with this? Or is it truly something that we should be concerned about? Are we creating a second class of citizen?
Well, that's the debate, and it seems that there's going to be some charter constitutional challenges by some top immigration lawyers that know their stuff. Some immigration lawyers that work for the government, now they're on the dark side, and it's going to be interesting to see how the charter balances this legislation, and it's going to slowly, like molasses, make its way through the courts. Unfortunately, it takes years, 3, 4, 5 years sometimes to get a definitive response from the Supreme Court of Canada because of the backlog they have and all the other cases that they have to hear that are deemed to have priority, although this one seems pretty pressing, so we'll have to see how it plays out. Michael?
One of the other things is they've increased the powers of CSIS and some of the RCMP powers. And people say that, well, this is Big Brother encroaching, and that they have the ability to spy on Canadians who are unsuspecting and haven't done anything wrong. But one of the things that the government has come back with is saying that, well, there is China, for instance. They had gone in and did a whole bunch of stuff in spying and taking things from the States. That the advent of technology has raised the bar. This is not 1967 anymore. This is not the repatriation of our Constitution. It's a tough word, repatriation. That the government has to keep in step with technology. What kind of fears do you think from a legal standpoint? I mean, you still have to get a search warrant. You still have to validate your cause in front of a judge. Is that not enough? Some people don't think so.
Well, I think it's they're trying to balance terrorist organization and this ISIS stuff, which has been a little startling worldwide in the last years, and so they have to look at the presumption of innocence. They have to look at all the charter principles, and again try to balance this. Trudeau advocates cutting back on a lot of these purported powers. The Conservatives don't. They actually want to go further, and I think the NDP are kind of on the fence with it. So it'll be interesting to see again the kind of charter challenges that are put forward, and you always have to have balancing the rights of an accused and terrorist groups with the government and state and the public welfare and safety of the people. So it'll be interesting to see how this evolves. And depending who gets in power, there's going to be some changes to what's being tabled, as you know, Michael.
Is there one thing, Calvin, that you see as a hallmark issue from a legal standpoint in the change of government? I mean, if the Conservatives get in, we can see what's been established probably continuing along without too much trouble.
For sure.
If the Liberals come in, they will volley for change. How much hecticness, not a real word, but how is this gonna create legal? I mean, because this stuff is already in play right now.
Yeah, I think that the obviously Conservatives are going to advance tough on crime initiative, and it's going to get even more right. I think the Liberals are the moderate, and the NDP are to the left. And from our standpoint of a defense lawyer, obviously we don't like to see a lot of things that Harper's done, but on behalf of the public and victims, a lot of people see good in that too. So it'll be an interesting balancing act. Nobody wants to in Canada, the U.S. To have the police to have too much power, regardless, because then you have situations that are unfair and unusual and cruel punishment type issues and preventative detention when many people may not have done anything. I mean, look at the G20 and the things we learned from that. A lot of innocent people got dragged through it, but if you would have talked to some of the higher ups, the white shirts at the police brass, they would have said, no, we're on the verge of anarchy, and some agree and many don't, and it looks like most people don't from the kind of recommendations that came out of that.
Yeah, interesting. Do you have time to stay for another 10 minutes or so?
I can do that, Michael.
Okay,
sure.
So what we're going to do is top of the clock, we're going to roll our establishment video. We're going to come back and talk to Calvin a little bit more about C24, which is all about the residency. And then we've got a bunch of other guests. My name is Michael A. Charbon. You're watching POpolitics.ca. We'll be back right after this. And welcome back to POpolitics.ca. My name is Michael A. Charbon. I'm going to be here till approximately 11 o'clock. We may ditch at 10:30 if we know what the results are. We're broadcasting a free and focused broadcast on the Peel region. We're covering Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon. If you wish to interact with us, if you're on POpolitics.ca, on the top right-hand corner, you'll see a Facebook Messenger tab that you can tab, and you can send us a note, and we'll be able to read your notes. Also, we've got Hardeep Kalra, who's going to be be going to the different campaign and riding headquarters and giving us a report. We're expecting one quite shortly. And we're going to talk about focused region appeal very soon. We're going to get some numbers back, and you'll start to see within every 2 minutes, you'll be able to see all the ridings in the Peel region with all the numbers and all the pictures, which is focused all about you. In the interim, my guest is Mr. Calvin Barry. Calvin Barry is a former Chief Crown Prosecuting Attorney for the province of Ontario and is now a very successful independent defense lawyer. He's gone to the dark side, as they say. And I'd like to thank him for being here. You know, Calvin, I know you're a baseball nut, and I know you probably have a box at the Jays game, and you're a nice man to be here, so I very much appreciate your insight. Before we left, we were talking about Bill C-41. I want to go now to C-24. This is all about the residency requirements, where formerly, before the Conservative government changed things up, you had to be living in Canada 3 out of 4 years. Now that they've changed it, you have to be living here for 4 years to be eligible. So you have to be in Canada for a minimum of 183 days. It was interesting when there was a problem in one of the eastern countries, and all of a sudden we found out that Canada had to send ships in that because there were thousands and thousands of Canadian citizens who were living there. We're all going, like, where do these Canadian citizens live? There are some people who would say that this is trying to restrict immigration and that they're going to file legal claims. And others are saying that it is not a right, it is a privilege to live in Canada. So the Conservatives did get a little bit of flack, if you wish, from doing that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that again, it's controversial, and a lot of people that, you know, traveling abroad and have educating themselves, and they're going to be falling through these gray areas that purportedly one would view as unfair. And again, it was kind of a political hot potato in certain realms, and we'll have to see how that unravels itself.
Now, when people formally became a Canadian citizen, you have to be between the ages of 18 and 54. They've lowered the ages now. They've made it now to 14 and 64. And when you were going previously to get your Canadian citizenship, you could have a translator there. So they would have someone assisting you in another language to do that. Now, in the new laws that's come in, they said there is a language requirement, and you cannot have a translator there. So there is an expectation for people who are interested in immigrating to Canada to speak the native language, be that French or English. And some are saying that by not having a knowledge of English or French is eliminating a whole bunch of people. You're a rights guy. You protect people and their rights. Where do you sit on that?
Well, I think it's a slippery slope. On the other hand, you know, there's got to be some minimal competency, one would think, to try to do what you have to do when you're in the country, to work, to school, to you know, integrate with everyone. So I can see that that's got to be a compromise. And have they gone too far? Again, we'll see if somebody launches a legal challenge to impugn that.
They will. They will. One of the other points was there were immigration consultants, and these were people whose livelihood was being able to entertain financial remuneration from people who were interested in becoming Canadian citizens. And at one time in the old version, it was purported that there were a lot of these businessmen who basically were trying their hardest to try and make money, obviously, by allowing people to pass and work and help them and assist them. There was no real supervisory position.
Regulation, yeah.
Right, and there was nothing. So, the horses were out of the barn. What the Conservatives now brought in is an authoritarian overseer to define that. That is a good thing, is it not?
Oh, I think it is. I mean, it was running amok, and a lot of people were getting ripped off, and a lot of unregulated agents were defrauding people, taking their money, and because of the language barriers and being way the heck over there, take their money. Yeah. No passport, no approval to the documents. They said they paid government fees and they didn't. So regulations welcome there. It's sad that a small few abuse it, and some people bona fide want to run a business and help people get into the country and integrate here. So I think that was a good initiative.
One of the other things is the criminal stats. I think shortly we're going to have some national stats up. Our ticker will be engaged very shortly. You're going to start to see some stats coming on. So we're going to start getting some results, folks, and we appreciate everybody tuning in. We've got some good reactions from folks online, so appreciate you coming in. So when we talk about criminal charges, I mean, we still work on the basis of you're innocent until proven guilty. So this being the last little topic here, with regards to criminal charges, it was formerly that if you had criminal charges in Canada, that they could say that you could not be a citizen. Now, in the new statute, they're saying that if you have domestic or foreign criminal charges, it eliminates your ability to Canadian citizen. As we close our little discussion here, Calvin, this is one of those facts that you really want to be careful of.
Yeah, and the allegations and, to lay a charge in even some of these other jurisdictions, such a low, reasonable probable grounds are lower. And you have the state laying these charges when a lot could be bogus in some of these countries, a lot could be unfair, a lot could be politically motivated. I mean, look at this family journey he went on, and so I think that's a big problem. It's a human rights issue. Presumed innocent, it's an allegation, but once you're convicted, then I think that your rights have diminished.
Mm-hmm. Interesting perspective. Mr. Calvin Barry, former Crown Chief Prosecuting Attorney, and now Calvin Barry. He is the lawyer and the guy, the defense lawyer that you want to go to. Calvin Barry, thank you so much for being with us today, and I really appreciate you coming here, buddy.
Yeah, thanks,
You're a
Michael.
good man. Thank you very much, and all the best. We look forward to seeing what the results are.
Good luck with it all.
Thank you very much. So we've got someone on our, why don't we pull that up? We've got someone on our Facebook Messenger, and I believe it's Ms. Domi. Can you hear me? Michael Charbon, the Peel Politics.ca studio. Can you hear me? There you are.
Yes. Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm very well. Thank you. How
Very
are
good.
you?
So what can you tell us? What's happening out there in the field?
All right. So it's Adoma Patterson, and, I visited many of the polling stations in Brampton West today just to observe and get a sense of what was going on. I was happy with the turnout. It was very busy all day, and in the evening especially so. And so people just seemed really engaged and excited to be going to the polls.
Adoma, did you go out and vote today?
I actually voted previously. I had voted 2 weeks ago with special ballot.
Well, Adoma, do you know that the advanced polls now, they say, are up almost 60%? So all those poor guys who are publishing and printing all the ballots, they were a little bit stunned. They didn't realize that so many people were going to be. So, what is the issue, Adoma Patterson, that you feel is one of the hallmarks of this election?
What I heard over and over again is just that people felt it was time for change, that there was something not quite right, or that we had become stuck in a bit of a rut. And so it was one of the themes. Not everyone knew exactly what the change should be, of course, but they just felt like it was time for something different and time for us to go in a new direction as Canadians.
Adoma, can you give us a prediction? What do you think is going to happen tonight? You can give us a prediction. What do you think is going to happen tonight in the election?
Well, I'm not a predictor, but I know change is coming for sure. That's one thing I'll say.
Adoma Patterson, thank you so much for clicking into us, and we appreciate you taking the time.
I will say change is coming for sure. Brampton West.
Adoma Patterson, thank you very much. There you go. So, as you can see, we're starting to link through to all our candidates in all our regions. Now, I'm going to be joined by two very important guests. You know, it's all about infrastructure. It's all about the municipalities. As the federal government gets their money, where do they send the money to? It's to the municipalities. We want infrastructure. We want jobs. We want things to be done. And where does that go to? The Board of Trade. Mississauga Board of Trade, Brampton Board of Trade. These are organizations that work with the people who have businesses and who are in these regions. And these are the kind of organizations that if you're a business person in either Mississauga, Brampton, or Caledon for that matter, you want to be a member of this. There's a social networking aspect of it. And there also is, with all of you together, you're able to make a difference. You work with the mayors, you work with the big companies, you work with the province, and you work with the federal government. We're very pleased here at BramptonPolitics.ca to have two very great guys here. Joining us now is Mr. Peter Nogel. Peter is from the Mississauga Board of Trade, right beside me, and Mr. Badar Shamim from the Brampton Board of Trade. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here this evening.
Thanks for having us.
Quite an election tonight. It's going to be quite something. We really don't know where we're going to be and what's going to happen. Previously, I mean, the whole Peel region was all blue. That may not be this time. I'll go to you first, Peter. What is the most important thing that you think you want to see coming out of the next federal government as far as the Mississauga Board of Trade is concerned?
Yeah, sure. Our Mississauga Board of Trade, we're always concerned about investment, allowing Mississauga to continue to be a place where you can prosper, where you can invest, where you can work, where you can study. And that involves competitive taxation It involves strategic investments in things like infrastructure, particularly transportation infrastructure, where I think we all agree in this region we're sorely lacking. So we want to partner. We want a federal partner with the province, with the city, as well as with the business community to help drive prosperity in our community.
But I'll do the same question to you. I mean, Brampton, a burgeoning area as Mississauga is. You probably had a little more land to develop than Mississauga did, but as the housing comes, you have different problems and things. What are some of the issues that you believe the Brampton Board of Trade wants to see from the federal government this time?
Well, if you've been following the bigger debates in Brampton, they've all been primarily around infrastructure development and job creation. With the population growing to what it has over the last 10 years, I think there is a real sense of urgency that Brampton needs to complement the population growth with economic prosperity. And so business attraction is critical, and as such, partnership between federal, provincial, and municipal governments are critical to bring both infrastructure development up to speed as well as actually help stay competitive in the global scheme of things.
Now, there's been a lot of promises by a lot of parties for a lot of money. Infrastructure has been something they believe by the stimulation of infrastructure, you're going to create more jobs. And of course, the municipalities will benefit from that. Others have said we have to keep a strong and true course and be very careful not to go in debt. Where do you sit on that, Peter?
Well, I think that infrastructure is important. I don't think, frankly, that the policies are all that different. The current government has made commitments to infrastructure. They've made commitments to not running a deficit. The NDP said they haven't run a deficit, and the Liberal Party have said they're going to run a deficit for a few years. Small deficit. So there isn't a lot of room between the parties in that regard. And so I think any three in that respect, I think that we would be comfortable with that. Large deficits, we wouldn't be.
Good. Yeah, so there's no. Well, I mean, I love to use the example they used that in the United States the last time, where when you sit around a kitchen table and you only have so much money, you can only spend so much money. You can only put so much on the credit cards, and by going in debt, I mean the billions of dollars that are being spent, or the millions, I should say, of dollars are being spent per day just to service the debt. But the alternative is, I mean, we have to give fair kudos to all of them. If you don't put money in, people won't spend money. If people don't spend money, you have deflation. What's your position, Badar, on budgets and deficits?
So, Michael, I think we're on the same page as our colleagues at Mississauga Board of Trade that every good business likes to see a balanced budget. At the end of the day, we can't advocate for high levels of debt at a provincial federal level, which in turn would make it actually difficult for Canadian businesses to succeed internationally. Having said that, there are times when the governments do need to take a look at their priorities from a shorter term perspective to provide fiscal stimulus or to actually incentivize economic activity. I think that what's on the table in terms of tax reductions or tax maintenance is quite adequate. All three parties are pretty much on the same table in terms of providing SME sector some breaks or maintaining the tax rates where they are, and at the same time creating an environment that will help corporate sector to be more efficient. So I don't think we would be very comfortable with high levels of government debts at the provincial or federal level either, and as such would like to actually see more or less an emphasis on helping our businesses grow domestically and abroad.
Now, one of the things that has been a huge topic of discussion has been transportation. The LRT has always been something, I mean, particularly, and I'll say, Badir, with regards to Brampton, it's been quite a contentious issue, both in the municipal politics, etc. Earlier, we had an opportunity to send out some of our Peel Politics reporters out there, and we have some reactions from the street on the LRT.
For me, the most important issue is transportation within the city itself, or even connecting to other cities. And even they have cut down transportation times to get to Toronto. And if I have to wait more than an hour to get to Toronto, that seems slightly ridiculous. And I'm also kind of confused. Like, you can take a GO bus that runs every half an hour to Hamilton easily, no problems, no questions asked. There's a GO bus every half an hour, but trying to get to Toronto some days to Union Station, a couple weeks ago I had to wait almost, it took me, I missed they were switching between the buses and the trains, and the GO bus just went past me, or the GO train went past me rather, and then there wasn't a GO bus running because they had switched over to trains. If you're not going the general 9 to 5 route, so if you're past the if you're not doing the 9 to 5 route, daily commute of Toronto, it's frustrating.
So the comment was transit is not up to snuff. I think there is definitely a situation that if you want to put a university in Brampton, you have to have the LRT. What the discussion in Brampton is where do you put the line? You've got the heritage area, you've got one side, you've got the other side. A lot of contentious issues, but transportation is really huge. And each of the parties have a stake in that because they want to be able to give money to the municipalities because they realize less cars, less pollution, more people traveling, you can grow the area, you can support the area. So from manufacturing and infrastructure, so that's roads, promoting business, trying to get people to move their businesses here. I mean, all roads lead to Brampton was one of the things that they used to say. And you can say the same thing for Mississauga. If you look at Mississauga and Brampton, how you're able to get to all the major North American and U.S. Manufacturing locations, you have a huge body of people who can work here. You have commerce, you have multi-language, you have rail. Everything is here. So the Peel region is ripe for this kind of development. Interestingly enough, just to quote the three parties and what their perspective is, the Conservatives were talking about creating an advanced manufacturing hub. So they're looking at establishing almost $100 million of investment. So they want manufacturing and technology, and they want to put this in a demonstratable fund so that they're going to be able to fund that. They're also saying to spend $100 million on new manufacturing, and they want to fund a maritime port infrastructure. Interesting. So we want to get back to the roads and the sea travel, St. Lawrence sea travel, and major transit projects in the Greater Toronto Area, Ottawa, Calgary, and British Columbia. So you can see how the Conservatives want to be able to push that moniker. The NDP, now they've got an innovative tax credit. They want to put $40 million a year aside as a tax credit. They want to increase the transfers to municipalities. So the two gentlemen here from the boards of trades would be interested in that, because if the money starts to filter down, that's going to create jobs, that's going to entice business, and that's going to put money in taxes and infrastructure back into the community. Also, the NDP is talking about $1.3 billion in their fourth year, and they want to cut taxes for manufacturing firms and investments. One of the things that we always have a problem is that it costs so much to produce product here in Canada because it's cheap labor everywhere else. That's because we live in a socio-democratic society. We love all the safety nets. Finally, the Liberals are stating they're going to spend $60 billion in new spending in roads, bridges, and transit. I mean, if you've driven the Gardiner Expressway, if you've seen some of our bridges and roads, that was circa 1960 when they were built. We need to be able to reinvest. And that's actually one of the hallmarks of the Liberals, of saying we have to reinvest in our infrastructure, because the further that it falls, it starts to cripple our ability to grow. They also want to run a deficit for 3 years. They want to invest almost $20 billion more in transit infrastructure. And they want to make the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. So set up a bank that's all about infrastructure. Now, all three parties here are talking the kind of language that you gentlemen, as far as representing the business owners of this region, want to hear. Mr. Peter Nogel is from the Mississauga Board of Trade, and Mr. Badar Shamim is from the Brampton Board of Trade. So this kind of language in a federal election is music to your ears, is it not?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, we talk about deficits, but I think this whole region and probably other parts of the country have an infrastructure deficit. We've been ignoring it, and it's really showing right now. I was lucky enough to drive up here today, and I saw the work that's being done on your highway coming into Brampton, so I was pleased to see that. I smelt the tar, so that's good, but more work needs to be done on that. One thing I think is interesting is the Trans-Pacific Partnerships, particularly on manufacturing.
TPP.
Yeah, I think that.
Are you for that or against that?
we don't have a straight position, but I think we're generally in favor of liberalized trade. The one thing specific to this region is the automotive. And so the current government pledged some adjustment.
Well, you've got Chrysler.
Right.
I mean, you've got Chrysler's big.
Ford and Oakville.
Right.
And so they're changing the allowance. Essentially, you're going to have more foreign parts allowed in the manufacturing. So we want to see what's going to happen with the support of our domestic manufacturers to see how that kind of comes across. The government has talked about it. The Liberal Party, we have to hear what happens on that side.
Before I go to you, Badar, we just want to welcome all our listeners from Four Corners Radio in Brampton. That's a free radio online, and they're broadcasting us live, so we appreciate them joining our broadcast today and allowing those people who have an online feed to be able to hear this broadcast. So thanks for joining us. Badar, we were talking about infrastructure, we're talking about transit, and particularly with the Brampton Board of Trade. I mean, the LRT is very, very important to you guys.
Absolutely, and it's important to all the stakeholders. There are really no stakeholders that are against expanded network of mass transit. While there are differences in terms of how far the LRT should go up on Highway 10, or if we should go over different routes, one thing everybody's on the same page about is that as the population continues to grow, we need to be more efficient in the way we move goods and services through Peel. I think there's a stat out there currently that says that we lose about $6 billion worth of productivity a year because of the congestion we have. So when you look at how we have to compete in the days ahead, you're no longer operating alone. You're competing from one region to another. We're hosting a delegation coincidentally from Tampa Bay area in a couple of days. Tampa Bay is 2.8 million people. GTA is about 5 million people. And the only way we can actually build linkages and grow is if we make sure that basically there's no bottlenecks on our roads and our transit areas.
Well, driving here to the studios in Brampton, it was wonderful to go up to 403 and to see the progress. And you're kind of going, go ahead, put that asphalt down, take that concrete thing away, go ahead, put that asphalt down. Because I remember, I'm not that old, but I'm not that young. I remember the 401 when it was the only east-west link, and thank goodness we have the 407, although it's owned by Spaniards, ladies and gentlemen. Which is a whole other discussion. I'm just going to break away for 1 second. We've got Kevin Montgomery who's joining us, and he's got our Facebook link. Kevin, can you hear me? It's Michael Charbon in the Peel.ca Politics Studios here. Can you hear us, Kevin?
Yes, I can hear you just fine, Michael.
Hey, Kevin, how's it going tonight?
Very well, thanks. Yourself?
Very good indeed. What's your take on the election? Where did you go today, and what's your perspective?
Well, I actually took advantage of advanced polling last weekend. I thought it would be prudent to do that. My workload's been pretty hectic the last couple of weeks, so I wanted to get on top of that.
Do you have a feeling of what is the most important issue that you think you've got to see resolved in this federal election?
I guess my view is a little bit biased. I lean toward transportation infrastructure. And to that end, I'm very interested in what some of the party leaders have had to say in that regard, and what they're prepared to do as far as working with the municipalities and the province. So I'm very interested in seeing what comes from that out of this election for sure.
So 78 days, the longest election call that we've ever seen. Did it make a difference to you being 78 days? Did it really make a difference?
That is a very tough call. I think it feels like this election's been going on for quite a while. I think it's going to feel weird once it's done.
So if there is a minority government, they're saying the average timeline for a minority government is about a year and 6 months, something like that. So we may be doing this all over again. Do you think there's a problem with our electoral system if we have a minority government and we have to go through this whole tralala again in 18 months?
Well, I guess it really depends on the will of the government, whether they're prepared to stick it out and work together and see if they can come up with a consensus on the issues.
So you look like a young fellow, so I'm going to ask you the youth question. Is there one thing that you want to see change the most in this election?
With respect to the youth vote?
No, respect to your vote. I'm saying you look youthful. I'm saying from your perspective. I'm pumping your tire here, buddy. I'm saying from your perspective, is there a particular point or an issue which you really want to see resolved in the party that gets elected?
I'd like to see just greater dialogue on the whole with the provinces and the municipalities especially. I know a lot of municipalities, particularly around the urban and immediate suburban regions around major urban centers, are all struggling with their budgets, keeping up with infrastructure, state of good repair, things like that. I think there needs to be a lot more dialogue between municipalities and the federal government.
Well, Kevin, I want to thank you so much for connecting with us. I hope you'll keep us tuned in, and if you have any comments and you go to one of the riding heads, that you'll come back and talk to us again. Thank you very much. Kevin Montgomery coming to us from Brampton. Thanks for joining us. Well, as you can see, this is quite the innovative experience. Yeah, I have to put this doodad in here, and we have a very nice studio. We're very fortunate. We surely don't have the budgets that others have, but we're trying to put this together because we want to be able to inform the people in the Peel region, and there's 12 seats that are up for grabs here. We wanted to make sure that we had the business folks here. This is why we joined beside me is Mr. Peter Nogel from the Mississauga Board of Trade and Mr. Badar Shamim from the Brampton Board of Trade. Gentlemen, about the vote. If it's really, really close, from a municipality's standpoint, is it not better to have a government that is not going to potentially change in 18 months? Doesn't it kind of a minority government make it more of a difficult task for your members and your municipality to kind of say, okay, we've got funding now. Oh, goodness, they're in. We may not get this. How important is it to have consistency in your federal government?
I mean, I think generally that they're, the longer the term, the better it is. But at the same point, that's up to the voters, and we will continue to work with whoever gets in. I think that even if it's a minority, anyone who's a minority government is gunning for that majority. So it would be, sometimes you get a little bit more attention than you would if they have to wait and come back in 4 years. If they know they'll come back in a year and a half, they might be a little bit more attentive to our needs. And as you point out, this is a very important region with 12 seats.
So I just want to point out, we've just got our first national stats here. As you can see, Harper is 17%, the Green Party 3%. That's actually fantastic for them. Trudeau trending here at 63%, and Thomas Mulcair 16%, and nothing back from Duceppe. Now, of course, we're trending from the East Coast to the West Coast. The East Coast, they opened up at 7 a.m. this morning. I was turning on all the media and checking it all out. So they got up quite early to vote. The polls opened here at 7. They just recently closed. And as you start to collect all your votes, as we start rolling west, we'll start to see things change. But interesting to see the Green taking 3% of the vote. That's actually quite interesting. Badir, I want to give you the same option with regards to a solid federal government, how that affects your constituents in the Brampton Board of Trade to be able to plan ahead and to be able to count on the funding and the support from the federal government.
So virtually everything that we're currently debating that's on the table requires a longer-term view. We do have a municipal as well as a provincial government that's going to be around for a while, and it would help to have a partner at the federal level that's also in a majority and can deliver. So consistency is important, but having said that, I'm in the same boat as Peter that even if there is a minority government in the short run, our priorities are not going to change. We're going to keep going to them with the same demands that we've been talking about for the last little while. They got to focus on infrastructure development. They got to help us create jobs. They got to help us build the innovation centers and fund the education institutions. And I think from that standpoint, from a policy standpoint, from a chamber's perspective, our message will be the same.
Well, I think it's interesting that we have two business people here taking time out of their day to come and interact with us in peelpolitics.ca. I'd like to thank Peter Nogel. Thank you so much for being here representing the Mississauga Board of Trade. And Badar Shamim, thank you so much for being here. These two gentlemen are the guys that are the voice of the business people in the Peel region. And again, I'd like to thank you both for being here this evening. And I hope you both voted.
We voted. I voted.
You did, right? You did vote.
Yeah.
Advance votes.
Advanced polls. Advanced polls, people, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, as we continue to roll along, we encourage you to, if you're on peel.ca, on your top right-hand corner, you see a Facebook Messenger tab. You can touch that tab, and that tab will allow you to interact with us. You'll be able to post something for us with a tab, and we'll be able to get that to you and interact with you. Also, just to note, there are 12 regions here that we are going to be covering, and Hardeep Kallara will be our zoning reporter, and going back and forth and giving us some reports as to what's going on. One of the things we want to point out is, so we just had a new guest. Sir, would you write your name there for me? I'm sorry, that's how embarrassing is that, but you know the way it is. You've got to be able to move with the groove, as they say. This is a volunteer organization. Everybody here is a volunteer. The whole point of this is to deliver a report to the people in the Peel region. That's Mississauga, that's Brampton, and that's Caledon, and to give them an idea of what's happening in their hyper-local regions. As you can see, we've got some of of the national stats up. Currently, we've got Harper in 17, Elizabeth May at 3%, and she had 2 seats in the last government. So interesting. Also, Trudeau trending here at 63%, and the NDP at 16, and Mr. Duceppe still has yet to appear. We do go from the East Coast to the West Coast, and as we do that, we will update you. They're counting the polls as it is right now, so we shall shortly have some results for you in the region of Peel. Joining me now on the dais, in addition to Mr. Peter Nogel, who is from the Mississauga Board of Trade, I'm now joined by Mr. Sangar Makar, who is the president of the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Yes, I knew you were coming. Yeah. How are you, sir?
Very good, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Sanjay.
Sanjay, I'm sorry, Sanjay.
Yes.
So when you talk about the Chamber of Commerce, again, you represent business owners, and particularly in this region and with the Indo-Canadians, very, very important. Is there one specific element in this election that you're looking to the federal winner to provide the Indo-Canadian business owners?
You see, we work a lot with the small, medium enterprise, and taxation is a very big concern to them, right? Also, some of the concerns which are brought up to us are, increase of wages, issues with the payroll taxes and stuff like that. So I think those are the bigger concern to the small and medium enterprise, because the running cost with all these taxations impacts them a lot.
You know, Sanjay, one of the things that they say is small business is the engine of the country. They represent 70% of the contributions for taxes. So if you think that it's big business that's making the big contributions, sometimes they make the most noise. But it is those retailers and those small business owners who put their money and, as you would say, their business on the line and their life savings to create a business. One of the things that we would say, Sanjay, is that when new business owners come, sometimes it's so difficult because there's so many things they have to pay for. And some of the things, we had an earlier discussion with lovely young lady, Leila, about minimum wage. Right. Where does the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce sit in minimum wage? Because there's 2 sides to that, right? Right. You pay more than minimum wage, making it more difficult for a business to start up and make it go. Right. But the other one is, if you can't give enough of a wage for the people who are working for you, they can't afford what you're selling.
Right. So it all depends on the kind of industry you follow. Like if you get into retail, it's a big concern. Even 50 cents can cause a business to suffer and may not sustain, especially in the first 2-3 years. When somebody's starting off, those are the critical years. But on the other hand, if you talk about service industry or professionals like lawyers, for example, may not be a big issue for them. But again, they are not really hiring as many, minimum wage employees as many as the retail sector. But a lot of people who start their businesses are actually into retail and smaller businesses. So it does impact them in a big way. If you take an example just of the restaurants, for example, restaurants owners are suffering now to be able to either retain the people because of the constant increasing minimum wage. Even if they talk about just a simple busboy and they complain, then they cannot afford any more of those wage people, because it's very tough for them to maintain profits, and it's very competitive environment out there. So there are good things about it, but there are also challenges. I think we have to figure out a balance between, or segregate in some way. There are certain businesses should and can afford to do that. You talk about larger corporations with big chains, restaurants and stuff like that. Maybe it's okay for them. They have very large profits or higher payrolls on upper level. So I think they can shell out a little bit more than an individual smaller retail environment.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality is some of those larger chains are going to say, you're cutting the grass of my stakeholders. They have a lot more people to answer to. And a very interesting question. Sanjay, we're going to come back to that, and I want to pose that same question to you, Peter. But our roving reporter, Hardeep Kalare, is chiming in. Hardeep, can you hear Michael at peelpolitics.ca? There you are. How you doing, bud? Where are you?
I'm here at the Grand Empire Banquet Hall, Michael. We're at the offices of Harbaljit Singh Kalon. All's pretty much quiet here at the moment, with the polls not closing until about 9:30. It's pretty much the same all the way across the board right now, where people are just just sort of filtering in at the moment. There's sound checks going on here right now at the Grand Empire, and so there's not much news currently, but I'm sure we'll have some more later on as as time goes on.
So what's the feeling there? Are they feeling positive, or are they feeling tepid? I mean, there was a lot of reaction that had gone on this morning about there may be a surge in one party to the other party. Is anybody there taking any heed to that, or they're just saying, going to wait for the polls to come out?
I think they are kind of waiting for the polls to come out. They're, you can just hear behind me. They're still doing sound checks at the moment. So, like I said, like I mentioned, as I'm speaking, there's just more people walking in. So, they really haven't been able to gauge that yet. I think as the night goes on, we'll get some more feedback.
Hardeep Kallarao, thank you very much for checking in. That's our roving reporter, going to go around to a bunch of constituencies, and as we get our numbers in, we'll be able to give you more information. Hardeep, thank you very much for checking in. I wanted to comment again. I can't say how impressed I am with Peel.ca, Brampton Focus, and Mississauga Connects, and particularly Paul Vicente for putting this whole technical thing together. And if you think that we are completely powered by volunteers, and everybody put this together because it was the feeling that we wanted to get the message out, and we wanted to do something for the Peel region because we kind of felt they forgot about us. So we wanted to make sure that we did that. So it should get more interesting as the evening goes on. We encourage you to go in the top right corner of your Peel.ca website. You'll see there's a Facebook Messenger tab there, and you can tab in and give us your reaction. We've got a whole crew of people downstairs who are monitoring our Facebook page. We'd be more than happy to put your comments in and start talking about some of the people and your reactions as we start to put our national poll numbers together. I'm joined by Mr. Sanjay Makar, who is the president of the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Peter Nogel, who is from the Mississauga Board of Trade. Peter, before we left to talk to our lovely roving reporter, we were talking about minimum wage. You being a member of the Mississauga Board of Trade, a lot of your constituents, again, small business is the engine of this country. Minimum wage and the people who work for them are important. Where's the feeling from the Mississauga Board of Trade? Where are they standing on raising the minimum wage?
Sure. So what businesses want the most is certainty, a certainty where they can invest. And so we had a situation before where the minimum wage hadn't been raised in about 8 years, if I remember correctly. And so what we feel is, we understand there's a need to raise it, but we'd like to see a little bit more certainty about it. And so the Ontario Chamber of Commerce came up with a policy that tied it to CPI. And we support that. So a business isn't struck by this huge jump in 1 or 2 years. They can manage a little bit and know that they'll have a smaller jump over the years, and they can better budget that way. So tied to CPI is our answer.
Sorry, I've got all kinds of fuzz in my ears, they say. And you see, I'm allowed to do that because we don't have this huge set, so I'm allowed to say I'm getting fuzz in my ear. No, but hey, this is the way you've got to do it. I mean, if you knew what we had to go through to get this, we are so happy to be able to be in front of you. Small business, I mean, when you look at taxes and you look at the amount of taxes that are being paid by a larger business, it implicates a smaller business so much more. When you look at some of our Indo-Canadian businesses who, like I said, many of them, it's their life savings to try and make it go. Taxation is huge. There's some of the parties who are talking about eliminating certain federal taxes and giving an incentive. This would be fantastic news for the Indo Chamber of Commerce, would it not?
It'll be. I think it'll be a very welcome news because this gives them the startup boost which they would look forward to and support them to carry on the most difficult time, which is probably their first, second, and third year. So definitely it'll be a welcome news.
Yes, and welcome news is exactly what we want. It's interesting how the different parties each have their different perspectives. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say goodnight to Peter. I'm going to give Peter your last moment. Give our folks a little bit at home just a perspective of the Mississauga Board of Trade as we bring our next guest in. But I want to give you that opportunity because I very much appreciate you coming here this evening.
Well, sure. Like all of you on this team, a lot of us are volunteers, and so we're really just trying to get to create a community of prosperity and investment. And we want government partners to do that. We think it's important that they make those strategic investments. And we are nonpartisan. We will work with whoever gets elected, and gladly. We have great relationships with all parties. And so that's really it. But I would congratulate your team on an amazing effort. We're really glad you picked up the mantle, and we're really glad to be here.
Peter Nogel from the Mississauga Board of Trade. Peter, thank you so much for being here. Stay with me, Sanjay. We're going to bring Natalie Hart in, but I say thank you to Peter for joining us. So this is the 42nd election. 78 days is probably one of the longest terms that we've had to decide who we want in our next federal election. Previously, in the earlier years, it was a minority government with Stephen Harper in the 2006 and 2008 2008 election. So this one very much is on the cusp. We're not sure if it's going to be either a minority Liberal or a minority Conservative government. 26.4 million people have the opportunity to vote. And we look at the polls closing as we're moving along west, and you can see from some of the numbers from our national polls that the Liberals are leading. There's 128 in the 128 ridings, if you wish, going west, and you have the total of 338 seats. In the 2011 election, there was only 308 seats. The Conservative government added 30 seats, 15 of which are in the Peel region. And we have, for instance, in Brampton, we have 2 new seats. And in Mississauga, we have 1 new seat. So very important. 15 ridings all told in the Ontario region. And they're saying, and they're predicting, that between Ontario and Quebec, these two constituencies with all these ridings will probably determine who is going to be elected next. Very interesting. Joining me on our team of political pundits and political insight folks is Miss Natalie Hart. Natalie, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again. I've had occasion to discuss politics with you on numerous times, and you always have a very unique and interesting way to look at politics. You're involved in Mississauga. You coordinate the Rib Fest in Mississauga, and you've been involved in politics over the course. How do you see the way things are going on now in our federal election? What do you see coming to us?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of change. I think we're not going to see a lot of incumbents reelected across both the country, nationally and locally in Mississauga. These are very, very tight races throughout Peel and in Mississauga in particular. So I think we can expect some upsets tonight.
If we look, somebody's got their key open on the walkie-talkie in my ear, and I can say that because we're on the web. If you look at, there's 2 new ridings in Brampton, and many of the ridings had constituents that was all blue. So there's a very good chance that there's going to be a change. Do you think it's going to be a significant change, or do you think there's just going to be a little bit of change?
I think it's going to be significant. The polls have really moved in the last few days. I think we're going to see a lot of changeover, in particular, not just with the new ridings, but because that's forced old ridings to be withdrawn, reducing the power of incumbency right across the board in most cases.
Sanjay Makar, who is the president of the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce, is also with us on the deck. Sanjay, you have a very volatile community. Volatile not in a negative sense, but they love to vote. They love to get out. They love to support. I mean, we saw some of the provincial elections change tremendously because your group of people, they have an objective. They go out. They put the vote by their heart. I think they're going to have some great influence on what's going to happen in Brampton.
Well, I think so too. And we got a few new riding in Brampton, and there is a mixed feeling. Now, our community also get attacked by emotions many times. At large. So I think this motion swing is going to impact a lot of incumbents who are actually running these new ridings, and you'll see a completely different results than probably what was expected. Well,
I think one of the things that's going to be shocking to us is seeing what's going to happen in Quebec. Any ideas, Natalie, in Quebec? I mean, we saw the new Democratic Party making a huge impact on Quebec, and to a certain extent aided in giving the Conservatives a majority.
Absolutely. I don't think we're going to see the Orange Crush power in Quebec that we had in the last election. I think you'll see a resurgency of the Bloc in some areas, and some seats go to the Conservatives. It's not going to be as powerful for them as they thought it was going to be in that area, which is the trend the NDP is facing across the country.
Sanjay, when you look at some of the supporters, particularly in the Brampton region, they're very, very strong and very vocal behind the NDP. Do you think we're going to see some traction from the NDP in Brampton?
I think it's going to be other way around. We saw that traction originally, maybe one riding if I look closely, but I don't think they're really going to make it. It's a clear fight now, it looks like, between the Liberals and the Conservatives, and the loss of NDP is a direct benefit to the Liberals. So I think that's what's going to happen. It's if NDP drops, it's basically Liberals coming up, and that impacts pretty much the Conservative riding zone.
I want to ask you about damage control. I mean, a lot of the discussions, the niqab aspect came into this. There are some that would say that that aspect was going to be a discerning point in the Quebec election. And when we're talking about the region of Peel, particularly Brampton, there's a lot of emotion that goes behind that. Natalie, how much do you think that the niqab issue and Bill C-41 and that is going to have an effect?
Well, I think the politics of division are not what people are looking for in the area in Peel, regardless of which groups you're talking about. But I think in particular, the groups that's sort of targeting in a way, that discussion of fear isn't going to win votes. It's just not. Nobody votes for a party that is trying to make them the enemy, quote unquote. And I think that really where they lost that discussion in terms of it being about safety or anything was when they introduced the barbaric acts hotline too. I mean, when you start telling people that they need to report on their neighbors for things that are already illegal and have been illegal, making new laws in order to look for certain cultural issues that aren't even occurring, I think that that's going a step too far, and I think that that's being reflected in the mood of the people. The other thing really though, for a lot of these communities that were coming up over and over again in the conversations was around income splitting and whether or not that was going to apply to seniors.
Hold the income splitting. I want to stay on the niqab issue.
Sure.
And on that. I'll give you, Sanjay, chime in on that. Where are you in that aspect?
I personally think that that's not an issue which is going to make or break any party. I think the people at large don't want to get confused with issues which are not directly impacting them. Their economy, the jobs, the recession fear, those are the things, taxations, those are the things they are more concerned about. Those are the larger issues. And if they're feeling they're getting distracted with these kind of, issues of niqab and, the other ones, I think they're kind of shifting their votes towards where they think there is a direct message coming to, really impact our economy and our jobs and our future in the country.
Interestingly enough, the niqab issue has been a huge discussion point in Quebec. And actually, Ezra Levant, he used to be on Sun News Network. He has a website called The Rebel. And what he did was, one of his compatriots, his name was David Menzies, a 6-foot male who dressed in a niqab, who had gloves on. He had his ID with his name and had a full niqab and went and voted. And what he did was he had a small camera and recorded it. So there are some people who have seen that. There's been a couple of others on Facebook who have also done the same thing. And what the question that Canadians were raising with that was, should we not have to be able to show our face in conjunction with our identification? And some of the figures say 82% of Canadians say that they do believe you should be forced to do that. Where the contentious issue was when this one particular lady was taking her Canadian citizenship. So interestingly enough, we sent out our Peel.ca crime reporters out there, and they started to ask different questions, and the subject of the niqab came up. So let's check out our streeter on the niqab.
Some people are going for, because of the niqab, that I personally don't agree. Niqab, sorry. I like to talk with a person face to face because you can tell of the first face of the person what the person is thinking about. I like to know who I'm talking to, not to a piece of clothes. So yes, I'm not political correct in that sense. They can use their hijab and whatever. I'm fine with that. I respect that. The niqab, no. So yes, I'm one of those no niqab. The other thing is, we have to think really what we want for our children here in Canada. Because like you, like me, and I think even the gentleman in here, we are not totally Canadians. We have origins from other places, and we know perfectly other places are in worse position than us. So we want that Canada turns the same thing as other places? I don't think so.
Well, there you go. Definitely no niqab for this lady. So very interesting. A contentious issue. It'll be interesting to see the government that takes place if there is a minority government. Either way, I don't think too many things are going to change, but we have still to see that. And it is a contentious issue. I'm joined by Miss Natalie Hart. Miss Hart is a community activist. She's involved in the Mississauga Rib Fest, and she is a political junkie and a, you don't mind if I call you a political junkie?
I'm good with it.
And, good with it. And she's always got great shoes. She's in bare feet today, or she's got sockies on. She's always been touted as having the greatest shoes, and I will contest it. I will not contest. I will support that she does. Natalie Hart. And also Mr. Sanjay Makar. Mr. Makar is the president of the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Let's switch now to jobs. You know, you always talk about jobs. After a little while, you get a little tired of the politicians saying the same thing. I'm going to create this many jobs. We really need to see some tangible results. And I'll go first of all to you, Sanjay. When you represent the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce, these are the people that start business, and it is small business. 70% of small business that powers our country. These are people that have saved their money of their parents from way back home and invested it and start a business. These are the folks that work 7 and 8 days a week, if you wish, if you count the overtime that it goes, to make their business work. Jobs are so important. When you look at creating jobs, is it not part of the government's job to do that? And what can they do more? I don't care who gets in. We need to see some results.
Yeah, you know, it is. I think it is government job to do that anyways. I know they want to voice about it lot more than what's happening. Is the fear is out here is with the challenges we're facing with the economy in the last few years, is that it's directly impacting the people actually getting the job. Now we talked about the wages a little while ago.
Yes.
And the challenge is that the people who are coming and getting a job on the minimum wages, okay, that's working, we're increasing these wages, but the people who are already into jobs, not getting incremental wages and not being able to sustain the job is a bigger problem, I think. There are people who are working 15 years in an environment, now the business cannot sustain, and they want to cut down on their cost, then it comes down to slash somebody from 15 years, get somebody on a minimum wage and get started. So yeah, we got one job out there for somebody who just started their life out there, but we lost a job for somebody who's been working in a 15 years, and very difficult to find job. So the challenges we are facing is not the new job creation. The challenges we are also facing in terms of the middle age and as we aging populations losing job and not being able to sustain.
Well, something that came to the business aspect of that were the cab drivers, particularly the ones at the airport. And what was happening was that the airport contract, to be able to give it to the limousine and the cab drivers, is assigned every, I think it's 3 or 4 years, and it just came up. And there were some people who had been working for 15, 16 years, and then all of a sudden, because the contract changed, it went to another company, and they were told that their services were no longer needed. And if they wanted to re-engage their services, they would start at the bottom at a low wage. Now, there's always two sides to every coin. Yes, it is an unfortunate circumstance that man or woman who worked for 15 years and were able to elevate their pay scale and get more money for the job that they did well. We're not questioning their job and their ability to execute, but part of the aspect of a new contract coming in is the new contractor has to be as competitive. The unfortunate reality is we always want more for less. I mean, come on, folks. We all shop at that big box store, and we want to buy our lemons for less. Those lemons are not coming from California. They're coming from Peru. I mean, when we look at what we want cheaper, it's an unfortunate circumstance. How do you mediate something like that, particularly in the cab business like that?
Well, it's a very tough thing, and because these are the people who, this is a job they know, this is a job they've done, and there is no other ways of, and they're dependent on certain income, their family is dependent on certain income, which they've been doing it for so many years. So I think it's a bigger challenge. It's like, so the government have to look at the entire system of not only job creation, is all sustaining these jobs, and making sure these contractual agreements goes forward, does not impact so many of these people who've been doing this kind of job, and they have no other means of really creating another skill or whatnot, because that's what they've been doing.
See, the unfortunate reality is somehow you're going to create a two-tiered system. I just want to point out to our viewers, as you can see, the numbers are coming in, are not in as of yet, but we're starting to go through once around the hoop, so you'll see all the faces and all the people in the Peel region. Once we start to populate this, you'll be able to get focused results right here on peelpolitics.ca. Natalie, you're the political junkie. I'm just going to go through this ever so quickly. The Conservatives are saying they're going to create 1.3 million jobs by 2020. They want to create 2,000 new young Canadian jobs immediately. Post-secondary institutes, they want to put $65 million in that, and by 2017 they want to take the EI premiums down by $1.49. That all sounds positive. The NDP, they want to increase the minimum wage to $15. We talked about that briefly. There's a yin and yang to everything. More money being paid to the worker, less profit by the owner, but more money paid to the worker, more things that the worker can buy, and the more the stimulating of the economy. So you have that yin and yang. NDP also want to put $200 million over 4 years in a job creation project. And they say it's NGOs, which is non-governmental, which is what you want. I mean, when we're talking to Sanjay about the Indo Chamber of Commerce, it is those kind of businesses that create our economy. We don't need any more federal workers, and with all due respect, we're not saying you're not doing a good job, but you earned what you got, and fair be it as that. But I think it's time. The NDP is saying it's time now to invest in the NGOs. They want to freeze the EI for 4 years, and they want to repeal anti-union legislation enacted by the Conservatives. So that kind of touches a little bit on what we talked about, Sanjay.
Yeah.
And the Liberals are $300 million annually in youth unemployment strategy. That's a bit of a vague statement, but still $300 million and getting the youth involved. That's the next engine that's going to help us when I retire and you, Natalie will never retire. She will always be young. And as we move on, we need to have that kind of investment. Also, if elected, they will cut EI by $1.88 per $100 earned to $1.65. So there is a little bit of liberalism there, but $500 million annually to the provinces for training programs, $200 million for training workers specifically, and $50 million for Aboriginal education. So if you look at all those three, Natalie, you can see that the purse of the Liberals is huge.
Well, it's the other thing too, though, in terms of that, when you talked about the programs that the jobs that the Conservatives were creating for the young people, they didn't put in the cost of that number, right? They've got a number there of 2,000 young Canadians are getting a job, but there's no dollar amount there, right? $1.3 million jobs by 2020. There's no costing on that. So the Liberals are offering you costing, which is why they can't afford to reduce the EI premiums as much as what the Conservatives are looking to do. I'd also like to point out that the NDP wage of $15 is only for federally regulated companies in terms of the minimum wage. So the number of jobs that would actually impact is much, much smaller than you would see on the face of it.
It's not across the board.
It is not across the board.
Correct.
It is not everyone who has a minimum wage job. There are very few, statistically, minimum wage jobs in federally regulated companies. I mean, most of the banks are not paying their customer service reps on their front line under the minimum wage of $15. So the impact that will actually have, it sounds great, it won't actually translate into a lot of different things. I think what we have to look at is where do we as taxpayers want to see our focus? If we're concerned about how we're going to transition our young people into the next generation of the workforce, setting up training programs where there's qualifications in place, there's a process that's in place, is not necessarily a bad thing. We've used them in the past, they've been successful in the past. And we also have to, I think, talk about the fact that if it's training and if it's long-term, we want to make sure that it's a process that has an end date. And that's one of the things that training programs allow you to set up, whether it's a year or 6 months or 2 years, there's a finite amount of time that money's being spent.
Natalie, excellent answer. Sanjay, I'm going to come back to you. Once we come back at the top of the hour, we always like to reestablish ourselves, roll our promotional video, and encourage you to contact us. You're watching POpolitics.ca. We'll be back to our live broadcast right after this. Welcome back to POpolitics.ca. My name is Michael A. Charbon. I'm going to be your host till 11 o'clock or 10:30, depending on when we believe we're going to have our results. We're coming to you live on the net. This for us is a very unique broadcast. We are streaming live on the net. If you wish, on your top right-hand side of your peel.ca, you will see a Facebook Messenger tab where you can get in contact with us, and you'll be able to interact with us. We also have our roving reporter, Hardeep Kalra, will be going around to the different ridings and giving us a live report. We're bringing to you the 12 ridings in Peel, new ridings in Mississauga, new ridings in Brampton. And as you see, our ticker starts to fall. There's our national numbers as they start to trickle in as we're going from the East Coast to the West Coast. But as you tune into us every 2 minutes or so, you will be able to see the ridings that are reflective of what you want to know. And that's from the Peel region. That's Caledon Dufferin, Mississauga, and Brampton. I'm joined by two wonderful guests. So I've got Mr. Sanjay Makar from the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce and Ms. Natalie Hart. Before we left, Sanjay, I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about jobs and about the three parties and how that came about. Is there a reaction to one of them in particular for you?
Not really. Actually, they all came up with their unique ideas, and it's gelling with one group or the other. There are concerns and issues. I don't want to point out to one party or the other, but I think they figured out their own best ideas out there, and they have some good stuff out there. But again, there are some challenges going on with the job creations and taxations of the small medium enterprise groups out there.
If there was one thing that you wanted to see that would help the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce, is there one particular thing that you want to see at the end of this election, regardless of who gets elected, that you would like to see that would help your Chamber of Commerce? What would that be?
Well, taxes. Taxes is one thing I would say that everybody wants to keep the taxes either low or maintain it.
That's good. I'd like to thank you, Sanjay Makar, who is the president of the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Interesting, we've been so lucky. We've had the Brampton Board of Trade, we've had the Mississauga Board of Trade, we have the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce. It's very important when you talk about these groups that represent the businesses in our community that make a difference, and very important. It's interesting when we now see the numbers federally coming in. You can see that they're trickling in from the east to the west. There has been some speculation that Quebec is going to have a big difference in our election, as is Ontario. Ontario was all blue in 2011, and there is question whether it is going to be blue again. Well, Sophia Ramsey-Brown, how are you, my dear?
Well,
our next guest, I had the pleasure of meeting Sophia when we did the Brampton Focus, All Candidates Debate for Brampton. Sophia Ramsey-Brown, you're a community activist. You're a lady who cares about your community, and you've got a lot to say about a lot of interesting things. So it's wonderful. I am blessed to be joined by two beautiful ladies who are both political junkies and really good at what they do. Also joined by Miss Natalie Hart, if you're just tuning in at peelpolitics.ca. And it's an interesting night, a very interesting night. What's your take, Sophia? What do you take from this election?
What? I'm floored, but I'm not. I've had some conversations with some young people, and so what they've told me is that the Liberals, they had some mock elections in their schools.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. These young people said the Liberals is who they're going to go with. They're going to go with Justin because he's young, because it's, under 55, and this is what we're seeing. Early Atlantic, this is what we're seeing. It's not done, it's not a go, but it's very interesting. So I'm looking at this going, wow.
One of the topics we haven't touched on as of yet has been poverty.
Yes.
And we are so blessed, many of us, to have a job, and we are so blessed to have family members and a support system, and to be able to consider we have a roof over our head and a level of food in our stomach. But there are many other people in our community who are not so fortunate, whether it's due to unfortunate circumstances, whether it's due to family circumstances, immigration, drugs. There's many different reasons for going into poverty. Nobody elects to do that. That's not something, oh geez, I want to be homeless and live on the street. Nobody does that. So it is very important to consider that topic. There hasn't been a lot of vocalization from our federal electorates talking about that. That is a contentious issue. Many of them think that it's a municipal aspect.
Right. And I think that's an interesting thought, because I I think that's one of the things that our local candidates need to make sure that they get across to the population, that they're the ones that's going to be our foot soldiers, if you will, when it comes to Ottawa. And our population need to kind of look at that perspective in terms of when they're voting for someone. I know for me and for our generation and for where I come from, a lot of I happen to come from Jamaica. And so a lot of my generation came to Canada because of Pierre Trudeau. And so you do have a lot of black people that will vote primarily for the Liberals because of Pierre Trudeau.
Does your
It's
community,
very
is your
interesting.
community very loyal? Because I mean, in the United States, you're either our cameraman
Yes.
is smiling, going, "I right
Yeah,
man,
he
I'd be
knows.
loyal." No, but I'm just saying
No.
because in the United States, you're
Yeah.
born a Democrat. God darn it, you're going to be a Democrat.
Listen, I speak to to family
Why are you
members.
laughing?
I
truth.
am laughing
It's
because
truth.
I speak to family members and it doesn't matter what is going on. We're voting Liberal because Pierre Trudeau was Liberal, and so Justin is his son, and he brought us here, and that is what they're doing. I think what we're trying to do, though, is have them expand a little bit and look at what is the party really doing for people of color. So when you talk about poverty, when you talk about some of the issues that's going on with the black community, what is the party doing?
But is it
You know?
not? Have we not? I mean, I would say Canada, we are so fortunate. We live in such a multicultural society. It's not really black and white anymore.
No.
The color
No, it's
barrier
not.
has been busted. I mean,
No.
really. And you talk about a black president. You talk about so many people from sports, entertainment, music, etc. It's not you're black and I'm white. It's not that. Where we really get to the divide, and this is kind of a little off topic, is when we start talking about crime and when we start talking about poverty. That's where we start to get a little more discriminatory, if you wish. But we could talk all we want about crime and carding, and that's a whole other show.
Yeah.
But when we talk about poverty, when we talk about people who don't have money, can't eat, and have
Yeah.
to use a food bank,
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things we really didn't hear too much in this election.
I don't know that I heard it at all, with the exception, I think it was Adoma Patterson that spoke about it for the NDP. And that's because she comes from that.
Yeah.
You know, she's in that piece. But I think it's something that we should be looking at because this is a very large population. And I think here in Peel, we think that we don't have, we don't have
Oh, it's
poverty.
there.
But it's here.
Oh, look at the food banks.
Look at this is it. United Way, I mean, the
Shelley
Breakfast
White.
Club.
Shelley White, she's a darling. You talk about the United Way and what they do. Natalie, I'll throw this to you.
Absolutely.
Where do you see this political election? Has there been any addressing of poverty and of homelessness? I didn't hear.
I don't think so, but I think you yourself actually reflected some of that discussion in terms of one of the first issues you wanted to lead with when I came in was on the niqab. So instead of talking about important issues like social housing and how we can bring those programs back, which were in place. I mean, the Chrétien government was the last government to put a round of social housing and give money to the provinces directly to do that. And I think that that's something we need to demand out of our government instead of conversations about niqabs and 2 women in Quebec. That's taken up so much of our national space.
But it's a
we
passion.
could have been talking about housing.
I agree.
Housing should be
I
a
agree.
passion.
I-
Roofs over Canadians' heads should be a passion. You don't need to know whether or not my blush is on straight. People have a right to
but
live
that
in a
is
house.
That is a passionate thing because in many
We
people
should be
but in-
passionate
but
about Canadians
I agree.
sleeping under a roof
They
we worry about fabric.
They say that that's an interesting. You know what? Yeah, where
It's
the line
truth.
is drawn. Because we're on the net, I can say this. Where the line is drawn is oppressiveness to women. Number one, and number two, it is not. It is
so
not. No, but I
oppressive.
agree with you. I am not in any way disagreeing with you.
But that's what we did as a nation. We got distracted.
Unfortunately, I mean, what's the old saying? Poor people want to be rich, rich people want to be powerful, and powerful people want to be elected. I mean, that's a horrible adage, but it's pretty damn close. Because when you got too much money, then you want everybody to walk around and say, "God, you're amazing.
That's
Let
right.
me vote for you."
That's right.
I mean, and then
That's
then
right.
the little guy. I mean,
right.
when you talk about, I think they said there's like 13,000 people in the region of Peel who go hungry. And when you talk about school programs where the first milk and orange juice and thing that kids eat in grade 3 is what they get at school for free, that doesn't say too much about our society.
I've told you the story before of the young woman when I worked as an ED for one of these organizations, and having the after-school program, and the young girl sitting down with me, talking to me about her day, and said to me, Miss Ramsey, and we're just having snacks. Miss Ramsey, this is my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So the fact that our political parties haven't paid attention to this speaks volumes to me.
You see, the unfortunate reality is the people who sometimes, it's kind of like men making decisions on female birth control. It's like, I'm sorry, it's like women making decisions on taking out the garbage. The guys do that. No, that was a callous statement. It was totally gratuitous. Totally
And it's the net. It's okay. Don't worry.
But I'm just saying. No, I mean, in all seriousness,
It's okay. I don't mow lawns.
you don't mow lawns.
Never.
I can't see you doing it at those
Never.
But
certain
when
jobs
you
just
talk
no.
about housing, when you talk about the Knights Table in Brampton, for instance, when you talk about what Shelley White is doing with the United Way, some would say that the problem is that it is the fault of their families, where it's really not the fault of their families. And the more people that we see on the streets, the harder it becomes for everybody. And it's a snowball effect.
Well, it's mental health. We don't know.
Yeah, well, that's
a whole other issue right there.
Yeah, it's another issue altogether.
You know, where you find people end up on the streets. There's issues with children. There's not enough jobs. People are not being hired. You know, people are being laid off. There's a number of things. People are, sleeping in their cars. And so
people have no idea how much of that
what's
goes
really
on.
going on. And just because you don't see it in Peel, because Peel is supposed to be this very rich, place, you don't see this, you don't know that this is going on. And so that's why we need those.
There are certain segments in every city where you walk down and you go, oh my God, this is not reflective of my city. I never knew that.
Right.
There are some members of my family that, and Thanksgiving, they volunteer downtown and they serve turkey dinner. And you would say, oh, that's pretty rich, someone who's, working and doing well, and you think, when you go and see the gratitude and the tears in these people's eyes for a meal, and it makes you reflect on how lucky we are and how lucky we have a scenario.
Absolutely.
Let's switch gears a bit now. Families has been a component in the election, and each one of the parties have talked about families. And they want to extend maternity leave. And there's been some contentious issues about that, where some parties want to give more maternity leave, others want to. So, for instance, in the Conservatives, they want to increase the child daycare expenses. I mean, daycare expenses are hugely expensive.
Yes.
I mean, some people are saying it's like $12,000 a year. It's like $1,000 a month for daycare, if not more. How can you hold a job if you can't have daycare if you have kids? We want people to have kids. There's no such thing as stay-at-home mom anymore. It's a two-working family. Or if you're a single-parent family, how difficult is that? So the Conservatives are talking about increasing child daycare, making universal child care benefits something of a natural. They're also still talking about creating 700,000 homeowners by raising the ability for them to get first-time home buyers. So that's going to increase families. And the home renovation tax credit expense of $1,000 to $5,000. So if you have a home, you're anticipating to have a family, more than likely. The NDP are talking about $2.5 billion in total that they want to spend. They want to put $595 million towards a $15 a day daycare, a very positive rally point. I mean, Thomas Mulcair was saying $15 a day for daycare. There's people that are going, oh my God, I should be so lucky. So, I mean, that's definitely ringing the bell there. They also want to, the NDP that is, a national child care benefit supplement to the tune of almost $500 million, $500 million. And they want to encourage the construction of 10,000 affordable houses. So, for all intents and purposes, the NDP has addressed that to a certain extent. The Liberals now, they want to relocate money. They want to also put in the Canadian child benefit scenario. So they're talking about $2,500 a year, typically for a family of 4, which would increase the amount of money that they would get to encourage you to have more kids. Flexible parental benefits, and a new series of price indexing. So they're trying to make an effort. I mean, we need more people. We're talking about 250,000 immigrants who come into the region of Peel every year that are trying to help us in the sense to supply a workforce and to pay taxes. But we need kids and we need families. Does any of this ring true? Natalie?
Well, I mean, I think this is the first time ever that we've had more seniors than we've had children in Canada. So this is a unique election from that perspective. I think that when we're talking about families, it's interesting that two of the parties are solely focused on children, and only one of them is talking about what they would do for seniors as well, because our seniors are a part of our families, even if they're not infants. I'm not sure about the expanded EI maternity benefit leave. I don't know that there's a strong case for increasing that to 18 months. You take workers out of their roles for that long, it's very difficult for businesses and other people. Somebody comes in, contracts that for 18 months. What do they do when that time frame's up?
Yeah,
maternity leave coverage is an interesting business challenge as it is. I'm not sure the extra 6 months, both from a professional point of view, for the person who's walking away from their career and the replacement of it. I mean, in the States, they don't even have, the year that we have, or 6 months, or anything else like that. So there's a push and a pull.
They're very much in California.
Yeah, I just don't know whether we've tipped, over that point, because I don't know that they got a ton of traction out of that announcement, even though they were expecting to. I think all of them are in agreement that more needs to be looked at from a taxation point of view, in terms of both breaks and a supplement, and it should be, I think, a combination of the two, and all of the parties are sort of talking about that. $15 daycare has worked very well in Quebec, but Quebec tends to be
where are
an
we going to
anomaly.
get that money from? I mean, as soon as you start to do that, then we get in that slippery slope again. As soon as we have the government starting to do that heavy lifting, maybe it's good for a little bit. Otherwise, are we going to be saddled with this again? I mean, it's
Well, part of what you get out of that, though, is sort of control and regulation. Right now, what you have is a lot of very unregulated care of children. There's no standardization, both for the hours of the person providing it.
From an
Exactly. So we have to think about, we expect and we want to have standards in our education system and in so many other things. We're currently arguing over what the legislation should be for Uber versus taxi, but we don't have legislation in place for who's taking care of our infants and our children. We need to start looking at that. That's not government doing heavy lifting. That's government paying attention to what a priority is. I'm pretty sure that I'm not as concerned with the taxi versus the Uber issue as I would have been as a mother of a now 20-year-old with his care being legislated at the age of 2 when he was vulnerable. I'm picky that way, though.
That's a
Very
good
point. Natalie, we're going to say thank you to you, and we'd like to appreciate your time that you spent with us. Natalie Hart, political junkie. You got to go to the Mississauga Rib Fest.
You do.
Shameless plug. Give us a shameless plug.
It's an amazing event that gives all of its net proceeds back into the community. So we benefit over 26 different charities. This year we will definitely, because we're within $25,000, break through the $1 million mark in what has been donated back to Mississauga charities and groups in the last 13 years. 13 rivers, 39 other food vendors, including many other cultures, and 6 local craft breweries. It can't be beat.
And all that in one breath. Absolutely amazing. Natalie Hart, thank you so much for being here tonight. I very much appreciate you. Voted, right?
You. I did, in the early polls.
There you're in the early polls.
Look at you.
Stay right where you are, Sophia Ramsey. We're going to continue with you. Thank you very much, Natalie, for coming in today.
Thank you.
So there you have it. Isn't that interesting? As we slowly start to look at our ticker, still waiting for our first round of numbers. We've got several of our federal numbers that have tuned in. And as you can see, things are working on. We do have our webcam. So we're going to go to our webcam. One of the interesting things about this is we're kind of MacGyvering this, if you wish. So Rim Begame is going to speak to us. Rim, are you there? It's Michael Charbon, the PeelPolitics.ca studio. Can you hear us? That was to you, absolutely. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. What's happening in your constituency right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to show you. So here we have a number of our supporters coming from Mississauga Centre. Yep. We are actually celebrating with the Davenport Greens as well. We wanted this to be very meaningful to a lot of our Green supporters. It's a special time for us. This election was quite pivotal in moving that needle with Green supporters, but we wanted to come together. So again, you're seeing a mix of both Mississauga Greens as well as Davenport Greens.
You know, Lynn, it's absolutely fabulous to see. Look at your smiling face. You know, we want to congratulate you for running. It's such an important thing when you take the gauntlet and say, I'm going to run for political office. You put your name, you put your face, you put your time, you knock on the doors. When you knock on the doors, Lynn, what is some of the reaction that you're getting from the folks at home?
Okay, how much time do you have?
Well, you got about a minute and a half, but you're absolutely lovely to listen to, so we'd probably spend more time. So tell us, what's the reaction on the door?
You know, it's been quite varied. As you can tell, it's being a young candidate, running with a party in which we struggle to find space to have our voice heard.
Mm-hmm.
For someone, again, who is very new to the political scene, I'll be honest with you, it was a struggle. It was almost a daily struggle being out there knocking on doors. Either I would receive, kid you not, oh my goodness, oh, you're the candidate.
Yeah.
Or, how young are you? How experienced are you?
And
yet
how do you
we had-
answer that? How do you answer that, being a young candidate? Because everybody, in many instances, you see the incumbent always has the easier ride because the incumbent's the name's already out there. They've already got the press release. Here you are, a young lady from the Green Party, and we have to call it the way it is. Elizabeth May only had 2 seats last year. Some would say her participation was inconsequential, but I will say what she did in the debates when she wasn't invited and tweeting and making more traction, and we have to have the voice of the environment. How do you struggle with that with an incumbent?
It was a very interesting time. Again, with running a Mississauga Centre, we're a new riding, and at the same time, that proved to have very unique opportunities as a young new voice in the city. We were very strategic with where we chose to canvass. So again, I knew what I could speak to well, and you're right, it was those that we knew would be more open to speaking on our environmental issues as well as youth-related issues. This is something we connected with the colleges in the area, UTM as well, very, very early on in the game, because that's where we knew, yes, that is our audience. We knew we could do that well. And again, those constituents who more or less gave us a bit of a challenge in answering their questions. I'll be honest, we got a lot of doors closing.
Yeah. Now you had a Liberal candidate in there who had been successful before once, and then lost his seat as the shuffle went on. So you didn't have an incumbent, but you already had a recognizable name. So that creates a bit of a challenge. How do you get people to come to the Green Party?
You know what? It's, I want to speak as honestly as I can about this.
Absolutely.
It took me quite a while to be comfortable taking up space. I'm young, I am female, and I'll be honest, I'm quite petite in stature, and that proved to be very difficult when I'm running up against a number of candidates who have years of experience on me. And you're right, including my Liberal colleague. We were lucky in that things were very, very civil among the 4 candidates. We didn't see too much of our Conservative colleague, although at events, at debates, they gave me the space. They did, and it's actually I will be the first to thank my Liberal, my NDP colleagues who allowed me the opportunity to speak. And it was incredibly respectful in the way that was done.
Well, Lynn, we want to applaud you in taking the initiative. No, I mean that seriously, because it really takes, people have no idea what it takes. And this being the longest election, 78 days,
yes,
it's
absolutely.
marathon times.
Right,
and also your Mississauga Centre is a new riding, so people are kind of going, well, I used to be here, so you have that explanation progress, so that makes it even that much more challenging. So I first of all want to thank you so much for interacting with peoplepolitics.ca. We appreciate you calling in. Absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely.
Bravo to you and to all your supporters there, Lynn, because I think it's people like you that make politics work and make us consider the environment more in the Green Party and make us consider how lucky and fortunate we are to live in a democracy that allows someone as wonderful as you and intelligent to run and give us pause to consider who we want to vote for. So, Lynn Guyana, thank you so much for calling in, and thanks for playing along with us.
Absolutely. Again, what you're doing, please keep us in the loop.
Fabulous.
We would love to.
You know, that's one of the beautiful things about what we've been able to establish here. Peoplepolitics.ca, in coordination with Brampton Focus and Mississauga Connects, have put together this opportunity for us to come to you live, the people in the region of Peel, and to bring you the results of the 12 ridings that count. As you can see, our ticker is going on the bottom there. We're still waiting for some numbers to come in, but you will be able to interact with us, and you will be able to see what the results are in your Peel region. We also invite you on the top right-hand corner of your screen. You'll see there's a Facebook Messenger tab. If you click that tab, lovely Carla downstairs will be able to read what you're saying and to be able to transfer your comments, and we'll start to read your comments on air. As you saw, we went to the Mississauga Centre constituency office of the Green Party, Lynn Nagayan, and we're going to talk to many other constituents and party members as the evening goes on. Hardeep Kalera is our roving reporter, and we've also done a whole bunch of streeters. Paul Vicente and his Brampton Focus team went out and shot a whole bunch of streeters, so we had the opportunity to get the opinions of the people in Peel, and that's important, and it is our pleasure to bring this to you. And we'd also like to thank Four Corners Radio in Brampton, who is streaming us at the same time, another organization who got on board with us and gave us the opportunity to connect with you. So all our Four Corners radio listeners, we'd like to thank you for listening and welcome those who just joined us. On my dais today, joining me, right beside me is Mr. Mike Jovey. Now, we were talking, I don't know if you caught us early, we were talking to Mr. Don McLeod, who was one of the senior executives of Brampton Focus. Mike Jovey is a baseball nut. What's the score, Mike?
Last I saw was 3-1, but don't worry.
3-1 for who?
Blue Jays, of course.
Nice. So Mike Jovey is a baseball nut, and beside Mike Jovey is also the wonderful, talented, and beautiful Sophia Ramsey Brown, a community activist and a lady who cares a lot about the people in Brampton. Now, Mike, I want to point out something to our viewers at home. Some people may not notice, but you have a red maple leaf on your lapel, and I'll just turn this so that the camera can see it. It was an interesting thing, and I just pointed this out to you before, and you went to me, really? I go, yeah. There were some people in a polling office who were wearing the red maple leaf, and the constituency, the riding supervisor, told them that they had to take it off. And they said, why? It's a red maple leaf. And they said that there was a nuance, that it was endorsing a particular political party. Interesting. When you were you were a campaign guy. Yep. I mean, this is one of the men who was responsible for raising almost $13,000 for Peel Memorial Hospital. They did a softball charity event where Madam Mayor Linda Jeffries threw out the ball. And this guy, like I said, he's a baseball nut. So when you were going around, you're also a community activist. You're a legal eagle as well. You're not a lawyer, but you're a paralegal. And you're very active in the community, yes, volunteer-wise, the Tourette's, etc. So you've been to a lot of the constituency offices. Did anybody point that maple leaf out to you?
Yes, actually. It was interesting. Today I went and picked up my boys from school and just went in and talked to the office. I popped my head into where everyone's voting, and they said, oh, you can't come in. I said, why? Just like you said. You got that leaf on. I said, you know what? I'm very proud to be a Canadian, just like everyone is. I'm going to keep my leaf on, and I'm going to come in. Thank you.
It's interesting. I mean, one could say, I mean, you have to be so careful. I mean, you notice that all the candidates are silent because there's no political advertisements. Politicians cannot appear to be rallying any votes because in days gone past, the politicians are out say when you're going in to vote, and it's wink, wink, nod, nod, nudge, nudge. So you can't do that. Elections Canada is quite stringent. You can't have any acknowledgement. We were under the restriction of releasing anything that we were going to say because you can't influence that. So I'm going to say, Michael Jovey, tell me a little bit about Brampton Focus and why they took the initiative to do something as arduous as putting on a live broadcast about politics.
Well, the whole purpose of starting the Brampton Focus Group on is we wanted to be not just a voice for the people of Brampton, for the people of the region of Peel. We want to be the individuals that are actually out there interactive, showing the individuals exactly what they're going to get from their communities. Mm-hmm. And when we found out that there was not going to be any exact or live footage of what's happening in Brampton, Mississauga, or Caledon, we said, you know what, this is where we have to help the people. And to us, it's getting the message out and ensuring that everyone knows exactly what's happening in our city. And you know, we're lucky to have such a great team that we do. You know, you only see 3 or 4 of us here at the desk at a time, but there's 20 to 30 individuals who are the real stars of the show behind the scenes, making sure that we'll look good while we're up here. So.
Interesting. I mean, the point, in fact, is that it is a volunteer organization. I also wanted to say, Sophia Ramsey, you are so involved in the community. You participated in the Brampton Focus All Candidates debate. What was the reaction afterwards? What did you get?
Oh, my goodness. The BCAN community, the Black Community Action Network, actually, there was a number of them at that event. Mm-hmm. And they were so happy that you guys did that. They were so happy that you guys, because no one was really doing that for Brampton.
Yeah, and we're very appreciative of the but you know what? Yeah. It's because of groups like yours that we're able to put on these functions. If we didn't have the support and leadership, like from yourself, Brampton Focus wouldn't be here.
The BCAN community is very important to us, and Sophia Brown-Ramsey is also important. I'd like to thank you, Sophia, for coming. I know it was difficult. I thank you so much for being here. You're a lovely lady. We appreciate all that you do, and thank you very much from our community. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, wait a second. We're going to have you stay because we're right. So, did you want to go to Hardeep? Let's go to Hardeep. We're going to go to Hardeep. So what I am going to do is I'm going to say thank you to Michael Joey for being here. Michael, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you
and for raising all that money. And you know, I play really good softball, I got to tell you.
Well, we'll have to get in and start throwing the ball around then.
Thank you, Michael Jovi from Brampton Focus. All right, let's go to our roving reporter, Hardeep Kalera. Hardeep, where are you? And what's the take on what's happening now, brother?
Michael, glad you asked. I'm at the Dreams Convention Center, which is the headquarters for Paul Gossel's campaign. He's the current Minister of Sport. The feedback here is a little bit of disappointment. They are streaming results, and they're looking at the Liberals having won every seat so far through the maritime provinces, and there is some concern. Although the soundbites that I've got after speaking with the campaign manager is that they may be a little bit misleading, but like I said, there is some cause for concern.
So what is the feeling now? I know it's early. We're waiting. I need that piece of paper. We know that things are starting to trickle in. Are they being positive?
They're trying to remain positive, as I mentioned. They're basically saying that there is some concern. Obviously, with the sweep of the red so far through the Maritimes, they're hoping that the Peel focused results may change and that there may be some more blue over here.
And how's the attendance in there? I mean, being the Minister of Sport, you would think that there'd be a lot of people slowly starting to trickle in. Are we getting some support?
They are slowly starting to trickle in, Michael. We've got probably about a handful, maybe about a half dozen or to a dozen people here right now. After speaking with a few people, they are expecting the party to get started after the polls close at 9:30.
Hardeep, you're doing a great job. How is it working with the camera? Can you hear me okay? Everything's good?
I can hear you perfectly.
You know what? This is the fantastic thing about technology. Here we are talking to you live, integrating you into our television broadcast. Hardeep, thank you very much. And we'd love to hear from you in the next place that you get to, buddy. Thanks for doing this.
Sounds good. We'll talk to you soon.
Excellent. Well, there you go. I mean, Brampton Focus, here we are, completely Brampton Focus and Mississauga Connects for peelpolitics.ca and, of course, Four Corners Radio streaming us live. It's all about focusing in on the Peel region and delivering to you the results of 12 party locations, 12 regions, and 12 candidates who are going to be elected to represent our next federal government. Joining me is Omia Goyal. This lovely young lady is 12 years old. 12. Now, you're going to say, why? Why, Michael? Tell me why, Michael. Why would you have a 12-year-old young lady on a political show? She can't even vote. Well, the unique thing is that your dad actually ran as a Green Party person, so politics has already been in your family. But more importantly, Omia, you wrote a blog. A political blog that has gotten tremendous traction. You've got national attention. And you're writing a political blog. What in goodness sakes sense is a 12-year-old lady doing with such great talent writing a political blog? Why?
Well, I wrote the blog because I wanted to get people interested in the election because younger people, they don't tend to vote as much.
Why do you think they don't tend to vote?
Well, I think maybe they're maybe they just don't know how. Or because they probably won't taught in school, and maybe they are too busy or something.
Well, I don't think they're too busy. I mean, between Facebook and playing video games, you think they could take the time. But what the unique aspect here is that you being 12 years old, you got on the national stage. You actually got some serious promotion and some exposure to Canadians right across this country about a 12-year-old girl who cared about politics, and you wrote about it. How did that make you feel?
Well, it was interesting.
Interesting? That's all you got to say is interesting? I don't think many of your friends going to school would say, I saw you on CBC National News. I saw you on peelpolitics.ca because you're talking about politics.
Well, it was, I don't know.
You don't know?
She's humble.
So she is very humble. So let's drill down. Is there a political issue that interests you that you may have included in your blog?
Well, I like the environment.
Well, with your dad being a former Green Party member, that's absolutely true. It runs in your veins. See, yeah, you got a little green in your veins. So is there one particular thing that the Green Party talks about that is close to your heart? You talk about, so we talk about the Kyoto effect. We talk about gas pipelines. There's the XL pipeline that they're talking about bringing from British Columbia to go all the way down to Texas. Some environmentalists say that it's going to destroy a lot of our environment. Others say that we need to be able to supply this crude oil that's coming from the western part of Canada to supply the United States. Others say that it's going to wreck our environment. Do you have a position on that?
I don't know. Like, I guess it could damage the environment a little bit.
So let me ask you a broader question. What concerns you about what we're doing now that we're not taking consideration for environment? What concerns you? You're 12 years old. You're going to inherit this earth. You're going to be here a lot longer than I am. What worries you about what my generation is doing?
Well, I think like we're polluting the earth a lot. The air is not as clean as it was before.
And what should we do about that? How can we change that?
Well, like I guess we can like not put as much garbage and stuff like that.
So recycling, I guess, emissions control, that's very important. With the industry and all that, the problem that they say, though, is the more restrictions we put on it, the harder it is to conduct business. Should we care about that, or should we just concentrate on the environment?
I think the environment is very important.
So if I gave you a magic wand and I said that, Omaya, you could take that magic wand and you can change anything, what would be the first thing that you would change in the environment for us?
Maybe how much like air pollution there is from like the big factories.
So what do you think about solar energy and electric cars?
Oh, yeah, that one's a good idea.
Yeah. So while the internal combustion engine has been something that's always been a pain to us, and you look at the picture, there's Elizabeth May. What do you know about Elizabeth May? Have you been in contact with her?
No.
No? Well, Elizabeth May won 2 seats in the 2011 election, which is quite something when you consider a party that didn't have anything for the longest time. And there is potential this election that she may increase that. That should give you some excitement to know that there's a possibility. Yeah. Do you want to go into politics? Is politics something that you want to do?
I don't really want to like run for anything. I just like watching and looking.
Supporting.
Yeah.
Supporting, yeah. Is there writing is in your future? I mean, writing a political blog at being 12 years old and, as I said, getting national attention is quite something. Like, whatever possessed you to write something about politics?
Well, like everyone talks about it. And then it's like, this is like a big federal election for all of Canada, so.
Do we talk too much garbage about it? Like, I mean, we're sitting here from 7 o'clock till 11. I mean, you got to go kind of scratch your head and say, how many times do you talk about this stuff? But we've got interesting people like Sophia Ramsey-Brown, who's here. We've had lots of guests come. Do you think we're talking too much about politics? We should talk more about the people? Is that?
No, because politics is very like big, and I guess you could talk a little bit about the people too.
Do you know what you want to be when you get older?
No, not yet.
Are you worried about student debt?
No.
No,
not at all.
Are you worried about kids not voting because they're not as interested? Are you worried about getting out the youth vote? Is that something that concerns you?
Well, now in schools we're learning about it, I guess, and they're teaching you how to vote. Because we're having mock elections and stuff like that. So I think maybe they'll vote a little bit more.
Can I ask her?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
How did it go in the mock election in your school? Who came out on top?
Conservatives won, and then the Liberals were underneath. And NDP and Green were close together.
Okay.
Interesting. Well, I know you were at a baseball game. Is that correct?
No.
Were you at a soccer game? You were at some event, were you not? I thought you were in a vet. Anyways, I know you had to come here because we talked to your dad. 12 years old, she's not driving here on her own, boys. And we didn't get her Ubered here, so she came on her own. So we'd like to thank you, Omaya, for coming here. We'd like to thank your dad for bringing you here. And we'd like to applaud you for doing what you're doing. It's people like you that keep politics interesting. And thank you for bringing the Peel region in a positive light. We thank you for that. And thank you so much for being here. I look forward to hearing more from you and about you and reading your blog. Omaya Goel.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
That's awesome.
Well, you know, how awesome is that? I mean, Sophia Brown Ramsey says it. How awesome is that? That you can have a 12-year-old person doing a blog and getting national attention. As we continue to see the ticker going through, we're still waiting for our first group of numbers. Anytime. So we're going to go now to Mississauga, Erin Mills. Interesting. One of our Mississauga, tune in our Facebook time. You can go with Terry over there. Where are we going again, David? Sorry. All right. So just Erin Mills. We're going to Erin Mills. Hello, Erin Mills. Come on in. Oh, Michelle, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Michelle, I recognize you. That's great. I remember you running in the provincial election. How's everything going there at your party headquarters?
Everything's going fantastic. It's been a very long campaign, which of course everyone knows. You know, we've been out doing door-to-door since June. So we've covered about 95% of the riding going door-to-door, and it's been like great positive feedback from many people, and I think in our riding, more and more people are actually considering to vote for the NDP if they really want change. You know, after 148 years of back-to-back Conservative and Liberal governments, people are realizing that they do need a different type of government, a government that has a roadmap, a plan of long-term and sustainable funding for programs and services that they need, because we as Canadians are not better off than we were decades ago, and people are struggling, and you know, we have the plan, we have the roadmap, and you know, we will bring change to Canadians.
Well, Michelle, it's interesting when you look at the numbers. The NDP is promising some $2.6 billion with regards to families and child daycare. I mean, the $15 a day daycare was a huge aspect. How are you seeing the reactions at the door now with respect to that?
I think that a lot of people are really encouraged by a lot of the policies and the programs that we want to implement. They realize that it's the everyday costs of living that will actually, you know, impact us the most, and whether that's, you know, gouging at the gas stations, whether that be, you know, the additional prices we pay when we take money out of our own bank account. Again, the child care is a huge issue for most people, because, you know, a lot of people are paying more for their child care every month than they are, you know, on their rent or on their mortgages, and it's a huge burden to many families financially. And I think a lot of what's in our policies and in our platform are attainable, and because we're offering long-term sustainable funding to the cities and to the provinces to ensure that programs and services continue on, I think that that's a huge positive measure, and that's something that the other parties are not offering. You know, they are more or less implementing bad new solutions, or, you know, implementing boutique tax credits. And, you know, to me, that's not sustainable, and that's not going to improve the future of Canada.
So one final question, Michelle. You're running against an incumbent. The whole region of Peel was blue. The incumbent is always...
Mr. Bob Decker, yeah.
So well, you said it, I didn't. It always is that the incumbent generally has a little bit of an advantage. You have a lot of tread in the community. I mean, we saw you in the provincial election. You're well-spoken. You attend all the meetings. You're in the public eye. I want to ask you, as a new Democratic candidate, how difficult is it to run against an incumbent in a very blue area?
Yeah, well, that's always been a struggle. I think that any candidate who runs against an incumbent, whether that be blue or red or orange, has a more difficult challenge because that individual has the opportunity to be visible, to have an office, to be accessible, whether that be on TV or in the community. They're the first ones to be called upon. But, myself personally, yes, I have made a huge contribution to the city. I think a lot of people know that I do a lot of work with respect to diversity and equity, as well as poverty reduction and homelessness in the community. And, I ensure that I try to contribute as much as I can. And I think that, really what it comes down to for me is that it's not just about a job. It's about contributing to your community.
That's definitely what
It's about being visible in your community and working for your community and being their voice. And that's what it's all about. And I think that many candidates throughout Peel Region come from the same place. They are activists in the community. They have contributed outside of politics.
And that's what it's all about, Michelle.
And
that's
they will
an
continue to do
important
so
thing.
after this election. We'll continue on doing that. Yeah.
Well, I want to say thank you to you. I want to thank you very much for taking the time to connect with us, Michelle. It's Michelle Bielik from the Mississauga Erin Mills riding, and Michelle represents the New Democratic Party. I wish you all the best of luck, Michelle, and thank you so much for connecting with peelpolitics.ca. Thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Well, there
Bye
you go. Interesting enough, we have got some results, and some of the results are coming back and saying that we may have a Liberal government. Interesting how the tides will change. We're now rejoined by Mr. Badar Shamim. Badar Shamim is a member of the Brampton Board of Trade, and also by Miss Sophia Ramsey-Brown, a community activist and all-around wonderful lady who represents a lot of people in the region of Peel. You're watching peelpolitics.ca. We hope that you'll click on the top right-hand button where you have your Facebook Messenger tab, and you can send a note to us. So we've also got our roving reporter out there. It'll be interesting to get some reaction as some more of the numbers start coming in. Hardeep Karila is running around, and we should get a contact back from him shortly. So, Badar, coming back to the business aspect, it looks like some are declaring that we're going to have a Liberal government. That means we're going to have spending. That means we're going to have infrastructure. Is that good tides for the Mississauga and Brampton Board of Trade? I mean, you represent the Brampton Board of Trade, but boards of trade in general?
So as we were talking earlier, I think there's consensus in the region amongst all stakeholders that infrastructure development needs to be a priority. If a government is willing to increase its spending on infrastructure related projects, I'm sure that none of the stakeholders are going to be awfully disappointed by that. The key here is to make sure that that spending does indeed lead to economic development. Now, statistically speaking, when you spend money in infrastructure, every dollar spent does tend to turn around and give you $3 worth of economic growth. And we're hoping that that will be the case in here, because at the end of the day, it is important to make sure that Canada going forward does not pass on a huge amount of debt to our coming generations.
So, Sophia, when you look at infrastructure spending, we want it to go down. We want it to go to the people. And when it goes to the people, we hope to be able to help some of those people who are less fortunate. Does this give you some hope with a Liberal government that with the spending and infrastructure and getting more people working, that we're going to take care of some of the people who aren't as lucky in our community?
So like we talked about earlier when we were looking at poverty, this is good. I do have some hope. Where we have the spending, it will be that trickle down, I'm hoping, that trickle down effect that will be helpful for some of these families who may not have been thrown out of a job, who are looking for new work and are in a situation to perhaps help their families to move forward. So yes, but I am a little bit, Michael, I am concerned though about where's the spending, how far is it going to go? And and in the end, taxes. How's that going to affect us? So it's a big picture piece for me.
Well, if you want to, from a financing point of view, the Conservatives stated that they ran a $1.9 billion surplus for the 2015 and 14 fiscal year. Now, there's been many people who said that they didn't spend on the military, that they eliminated a whole bunch of other spending. So it's a falsehood that they were able to balance the budget. But still, it was opportune that the election that the Conservatives would announce that they had a surplus. The NDP has said that they want to do 4 years of budgetary surplus, so they're looking at doing that, but they also want to end the tax breaks. And they're also going to probably affect the stock option. So there's going to be a lot of financiers and a lot of folks downtown on Bay Street who are not going to be too interested in doing business with the NDP. And then the Liberals, and as I just heard, there's a possibility that we have had a Liberal government announced. We're still waiting for some of the confirmed. As you can see on our ticker there, 66% for Trudeau and 32% for Harper. So they're going to take a hit. The Liberals have said they're going to run 3 years of a deficit, and they're going to spend on infrastructure. They're going to promise to look at the different deficits and not to exceed $10 billion. So an interesting perspective. Let's get a little bit more drilled down. We're going to go to Hardeep. Hardeep, where are you, and what are you hearing?
Hey, Michael, it's Hardeep here. I'm sitting here at the Williams Cafe in Brampton. I'm with all 5 members of the Green Party, actually. But I've got both Kyle Lacroix and Saul Botcher on who are ready to come on with us.
Yeah, perfect. Let's talk to them. Either one is great. It's all good.
Perfect. So, Kyle, let's see. How's your optimism going at the moment?
I'm an optimistic person, so I always keep myself, in high spirits.
Excellent.
So Kyle, you should ask Kyle. We had the opportunity to see him at the Brampton debate. We're still not seeing any results from Elizabeth May.
Just seeing how people are voting now, we can see there's a lot of change. People do want change, so we're just going to stick with that. I didn't join this for the one time. I joined this to see us go further than this. So it's nice to see people are looking for a change, and hopefully going forward we can see a change to Green in the coming years.
And Paul, in terms of the Brampton results, did you get any feedback from advanced polling, anything along those lines in terms of how you guys think you've done overall?
No, we're following online here, and I'm not seeing any results for Brampton just yet, but hopefully they're coming in the next half an hour, I think.
Yeah, the polls just closed about 20 minutes ago, so it's going to take a little bit more time for us to get some results. But follow us on geopolitics.ca. We're going to be having a stream live.
Definitely.
Okay.
Hardeep, can you still hear me?
Did you guys catch that?
Yeah, are you still on, Hardeep?
I'm still here, yes.
It's absolutely fantastic. Here we have all the Green Party members sitting down and looking at you. Did a great job here. Williams Fresh Coffee Cafe and talking all Hardeep, you're doing a great job. They say, Hardeep, I believe, that they're declaring a Liberal government. The stats are, I think it's about 63 to 32. So there's a very good chance that we may have a Liberal government. So it'll be interesting results in the next half an hour or so when we start to quantify all that.
I think we'll keep reporting as they come in. Then.
You're a good man. Thank you. Hardeep Kalera, our roving reporter, coming to us from the Williams Cafe in Brampton. I want to just say thank you to Sophia Ramsey-Brown for being here. You do so much for our community. You do so much for so many people who need help, and we so appreciate you spending your time. Is there something you want to leave our folks with as far as considering?
I love the fact it sounds like a lot of people went out and voted today, and for me, that is paramount. And I love that these young people have found the time, got off of Facebook, and found the time to go out and vote. So thank you guys so much.
Wasn't it amazing to see Omaya here, 12 years old, writing a political blog?
I was floored.
That was brutally wonderful.
Floored.
I
was honored.
I was jealous.
I know.
What the heck was I doing at 12 years old? I wasn't writing a blog.
I was honored to be at the same table as her.
Sophia Ramsey-Brown, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
Awesome.
So you're watching POpolitics.ca. We are running on the PO region. There's 12 seats. We're still waiting for some of our factors to come in, but as you can see, as the numbers start to trickle in, they're talking about a Liberal government. Interesting how times have changed. It's going to be interesting to see if we have a Liberal majority or a minority government. That's when we start to really worry about what's going to happen. The last time it was John Diefenbaker in 1957 and 1962 for the Conservatives who had a minority government. We then go to Lester B. Pearson in 63 and 65. That was a Liberal government. Pierre Trudeau, ironically, how ironic is this going to be if his son, Justin, in 2015 has a minority government, and here we are in 1972, Pierre Trudeau with a Liberal minority government. I will say, I've traveled and worked in Montreal in many instances, and I will tell you that Justin Trudeau earned his seat politically. Where he is located in Montreal is a very hard riding. These are all new immigrants. They have no care whatsoever who his father is or who he comes from or what his background is, and he really earned his seat. In this campaign, it did get a little dirty. He's just not ready, nice hair and all the rest of that business. Was something that kind of made everybody smile. But how ironic that now, if we consider the amount of young people who got out and voted, made a difference. And in very much the same instance as you saw with Obama getting the vote out, we have a different tide. We have a different government here. And I think things may be in a different train of thought. And ironically, Stephen Harper in 2008 and 2006 had a minority government. So we'll be eager to see as the evening progresses what our results will be. Joining me on the dais is Mr. Badar Shamim. He is a member of the Brampton Board of Trade. And rejoining us is Miss Natalie Hart, political pundit, political junkie, and the lady who pushes the Mississauga Rib Fest to its glorious success. Welcome back. What do you say, Natalie? A potential Liberal government here, potentially a majority, we'll have to see. But as we're moving along, where does that take you to?
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting. People didn't think that Justin was ready. Clearly, that's not the way that the voters out in the East Coast have felt. It doesn't look that that's the way Ontario and Quebec are responding. It remains to be seen what happens across the rest of the country. But I think it's an exciting thing. When you have change, you bring in new people, not just as new leadership, you also bring in new individuals who take charge of legislation and work towards that thing. And sometimes that's the important part, right? We don't spend enough time talking about our local candidates, which is why we're all here tonight.
Correct.
I think it's going to be exciting to see what changes that brings to not only our area, but across the country. When we change the faces of government, we're changing the entire face of government in this particular instance. The Conservatives had already had a lot of resignations within their party, so it'll be interesting. Oh, it looks like we've got Justin on in the background. I mean, I'm happy about it. I've been volunteering in the Mississauga Lakeshore for the Liberal candidate, Sven Spiegelman, so I'm looking forward to seeing those particular results. But yeah, we saw it in the volunteers that came out. There were young people, there were older people, there were all kinds of different groups, all kinds of different things. I think it's going to be exciting to see this change.
There's going to be a couple of things that are fundamentally different from the Liberals' perspective to the Conservatives' perspective. We talk about Bill C-41, Bill C-34. When am I getting it mixed up?
I think you're talking about
41 and 52. Whew. I mean, those are fundamental things that the Conservatives brought in to protect us. The Liberals are against that. I mean, we talk about the Syrian refugees. I mean,
that alone is going to be a big change.
Huge change. I mean,
well, the PMO's office shouldn't be deciding who is classified for refugee status after the UN's already approved it. So just having a PMO that doesn't operate from that sense of control will be a change.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. I don't necessarily agree with everything you said. I mean, we are still trying to protect our candidates.
Understanding that the PMO is not the area responsible for immigration.
But the Prime Minister's office is still in the position of leading. We have to have someone who leads,
Absolutely,
right?
But that's why you appoint a minister in charge of immigration. That's their title, that's their role, and that's their office. It's not the PMO's role, which is to run the Prime Minister's office.
Well, interestingly enough, it is a mandate, depending on what level of success the Liberals are able to attain. It's going to be a voice that's definitely going to say to you where we're going next and how our country is going to change or develop. How do you see this with a Liberal development, Badir?
So on Bill C-51, I don't think that the Liberals are too far apart, actually. They supported the bill, and they have some reservations that they intend to address going forward, but they're definitely not going away with it. Bill C-24 is obviously a different debate, and we'll see how things go ahead with that. On the immigration and refugee issue, I think there are a lot of voices, even from within the Conservative Party, that do want to see Canada do the right thing and stand up for those who are in their hour of need. Having said that, again, I think the Liberals are fully supportive of the fact that the folks that are coming into Canada have to be pre-screened.
They want 10,000 right away. That's their mandate. They want 10,000 right away.
Within a year. Right away and within a year are two different things. And Canada has historically done this before. We have accepted those kinds of numbers of refugees from different crises. We've done it with Croatians and Serbians. We've done it with Hungarians. We've done it with the Vietnamese. We are a country
Natalie,
that
this
can
is
do
why
this.
this is why I love you, because I can discuss with you. The Korean and the Vietnamese time was a completely different time than what we're faced with now.
Exactly. We have better technology, better access to records, better skills.
We have a radical contingent that is subversive.
We said that about Hungarian communists, and it wasn't true.
It wasn't Hungarian communists. I love you, Natalie. The premise, though, is that we have to be much much more cautious. We're not saying that we don't want to help them. We have to be. Of the Syrian refugees, they're saying over 35% of them are Syrian. That's it. The rest are from Iraq. They're saying that
and Canada has many Iraqi and former Iraqi and Canadians.
But the point being that it's not really true Syrians is what some of the conservatives are saying.
Because the Iraqis had already left Iraq as a result of the wars there and escaped to what they thought was Syria.
My first guest family was from Iraq, Lilea, and very well spoken, politically active in the zone. So we're not trying to paint a brush. What we're saying is, in today's scenario, in what we're faced with today, you've seen the net. You've seen what's been going on. There's been problems in the hospitals.
There's been homegrown terrorism. Some of the, we talk about terrorism.
The Mississauga 8, for goodness sakes.
But beyond that, you also have issues in both Canada and the United States where people that have been raised here should, by theory, have Canadian values, have committed horrible acts. While there's no question that, September 11th was a horrible, horrible thing, Timothy McVeigh was an American, born, raised. So terror comes in all kinds of,
it does.
Flavors and types. Focusing on the idea that people who are looking to escape a war-torn area with their family, with their children, are potential threats is erroneous. We have the ability, and we have proven it before, to deal with these kinds of issues and these kinds of screening. It's one of the reasons why Canada is so well regarded internationally, and we shouldn't discard that just because we're worried about nightmares under the bed.
You see, it's discussions like this that makes this engaging. You're watching POpolitics.ca. We're going to take a brief pause, and when we come back, we'll continue this discussion. We look forward to bringing this election to you. My name is Michael A. Charbon. We'll be back with lots more right after this. And welcome back to POpolitics.ca. My name is Michael A. Charbon. We've been on the air since 7 o'clock, and we're going to come to you till we have a definitive decision. As you can see, our ticker slowly will start coming underneath us. We'll start to reveal the numbers as we get them for the Peel region. 12 ridings that we're going to be covering, both in Mississauga, in Brampton, and in Caledon. If you wish to connect with us, you can. On the top right-hand part of your screen, you'll see a Facebook Messenger button. You can hit that, and you can converse with us. We also have our roving reporter, Hardeep Kalera, is running around. We just saw the Green Party. We've talked to two candidates, one from the Green Party and one from the NDP, and we're looking forward to connect with a bunch of others as the evening starts to progress. We've been very lucky to have so many wonderful guests with us, and joining me on the dais right now is Mr. Badar Shamim, who is from the Brampton Board of Trade, and Natalie Hart. Badar, we're just about to cycle you out in a nice way. How do you say that, Nancy? We love you dearly. What I want to do is I just want to get a final point from the Brampton Board of Trade. It is so important to get people to understand that you represent the people who are working out there. You're representing the businesses that is the engine of our country, and how important it is to endorse your Board of Trade and to utilize the businesses who are part of your organization.
Absolutely. Together with 135 other chambers in Ontario, we are part of Ontario Chamber of Commerce, and as such are the voice of business community collectively for the province. And we're certainly not representing just one sector or one size of business community. Our membership goes from small, medium to large size businesses, representing a cross section of sectors. So whoever gets in at the end of the day today, our hope as the voice of business community would be that they will certainly put the economic imperatives ahead of other, or balance the imperatives between economic imperatives and other social needs. As I had said earlier, the last thing we would want to see is either our business engine slowing down as a result of some of the policies being adopted, or us leaving a huge burden of debt for our coming generations if we're unable to actually generate the economic activity to create jobs that we so direly need in Brampton.
The Brampton Board of Trade, Badar Shamim, thank you so much for being in here, buddy. I really appreciate you taking the time. Board of Trade is really an important component. As you know, the Board of Trade is a huge bunch of businesses who come together and work together for the benefit of the community. And the Brampton Board of Trade is always looking to do its best for the community and the people. And Badar coming in and spending his time with us is great. It really helps us to give us perspective. Ironically now, do you know that 2015 is the 800th anniversary of the Magna Carta, and we're going to continue with the Magna Carta. I'm being told in my ear, in this ear, that I have Hardeep in this ear. Hardeep, where are you, buddy?
Hey, Michael, I'm at the Charbon Convention Center here at Raj Graywall's head office.
Raj Graywall. So what's happening with him?
I'm sorry?
What's happening with Raj Graywall?
They're all competent here. I'm here with Harry Mann, one of his supporters. I'm just going to turn it over to him. We'll ask him a few questions.
Yeah.
Hi, Harry. Thanks for joining us. Tell us about how things have been so far and what the office is looking like.
This is one of the toughest races, as we all know, for this election. At the advanced polls, they had the highest number of people come in, percentage-wise, in all of Canada. And the NDP themselves also had 60% of their voters come out. So it's going to be an extremely tight race.
And any feedback on how the advanced polls went for Raj?
For Raj, I've spoken to a few people who were overlooking me, and they said a good voter base actually came out. Raj has been working the streets for a good year and a bit now. He's been very diligent in his approach.
Perfect. Well, thanks for joining us. Thank you for asking our questions.
You're welcome.
There you have it, Michael. Everything's looking good and very optimistic here at Raj Graywall's office.
Hardeep Kellerock coming from Raj Graywall's office, Liberals. And as you haven't already heard, they've started to predict a Liberal government here. So it'll be interesting to see what Raj Graywall's going to come together with. Again, we've always said that Ontario, and particularly the Peel region, is going to be some of the deciding numbers. We're very much looking forward to getting some of the numbers.
Thanks, we'll keep.
You're a good guy. Thank you very much, Hardeep. Well, there you go. That's an interesting concept here. This is what Brampton Focus and Mississauga Connects has put together. We've put together this broadcast. It's called peelpolitics.ca. 100% volunteer people put together with Paul Vicente from Media Masters. It's his equipment in his studio who has allowed us to come in here and present this online broadcast to you. We started at 7 p.m. today, and we're going to go till we find out what the results are. Our whole purpose, also with Four Corners Radio in Brampton, who's streaming us live, we've had a bunch of guests on, and each one has been able to contribute an interesting perspective, a perspective to what is going on in the region of Peel, what's going to happen when we get a new government. As you've heard, there's a very good potential that we may have a Liberal government. That's going to change. They always said it's time for change. I guess they're kind of saying Mr. Trudeau is ready. That escalator, or that, as they would say in French, the ascenseur, is going positively up. So it's going to be very interesting as we get our results in. Joining me on the dais today is Mr. Peter Nogo. He's from the Mississauga Board of Trade, and also Natalie Hart, political pundit, and the lady who runs the Mississauga Rib Fest. Peter, what's your first reaction considering the potential for a Liberal government coming in?
Well, I mean, I think the numbers are big. I mean, but they seem to be in line with the polls had called. We still have to see what's going to happen in large parts of Ontario and Quebec and, of course, Western Canada. But it certainly looks like we have a new government, and it looks like we're closing in on a majority, or potentially if these numbers hold out.
So if you say Trudeau at 128 and Harper at 70, so we're basically just under the 200 mark.
Right.
I believe it's 170 something that's a majority government,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And Ontario and Quebec are huge. I don't think Quebec is totally reported as of yet.
Right.
Quebec in the 2011 election was very NDP. I mean, that was their moniker, and because of it being NDP, it had a huge effect on giving Harper the ability to have a majority government.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be interesting now. And as I said, it's the Peel region. Natalie, how do you read this so far? I mean, we're anxiously waiting for Ontario and Peel regions to start posting, and it's going to come instantaneously, and we're really going to see what the results are. But so far, it looks, there's some numbers coming in. So Greetwall, here we have the election numbers coming in. If there's any way you could put those numbers on the little mini screen here, we're looking at this now. Wow, Sahota with 111. Sidhu, it's looking very liberal, as you can see for us in Brampton. Wow, interesting numbers. You're going to have to, we don't have it on here.
We got to peer down through the table.
That's right. I'm going to move this here. This is the beauty of television, folks.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah. Well, you know what? Considering we don't have anything close to the budget that the networks have,
we're pretty great.
This is not bad at all. I'm telling you, I'm very fortunate to be here tonight to be able to bring you this. You can see as our numbers are going, Kyle Seaback 72, 153 for Sahota. Yeah. I mean, those are big numbers for the Liberals. A lot of people were saying that the Liberal stronghold in Ontario was diminished by the Conservative. Well. Look at that again. So, what do you take from these numbers? Is this looking towards a majority Liberal government?
Certainly, I mean, if the 905 historically is any bellwether, ridings have indicated, if the 905 is consistent with out there, they are again leading. They're leading again within Mississauga East as well. With these kinds of numbers, it's pretty clear that that's the way the trend is going. If they're going to take Ontario, if they're taking enough of Quebec.
Now, Fonseca is a huge public figure. I mean,
absolutely.
This is a guy who's been in the public eye. He's ran before. Mm-hmm. He's involved in the community. So Fonseca's name has a lot of tread.
Yes.
And I mean, he's been in there.
He did have a redrawn riding though that he was faced with as well. So that was both a challenge to him and a challenge to the incumbent. But he worked hard. He had great visibility. His sign coverage was amazing, and people talk about signs, believe it or not.
So if you look at Lijon, the Wolaslav, he was the incumbent for the Conservatives, and again, that just shows that Peel was all blue, and we may go 100%
even
all
Bob
red.
Deckard, who's been sitting for much longer, Mississauga Erin Mills, is trailing ICRA. And that I think was one that was thought to be more safe. Mississauga Lakeshore, which is actually Mississauga South right now, has it neck and neck between
Stella Ambler. That's
Stella
another
Ambler.
candidate.
Still earlier, real early.
Very
early. But Stella Ambler has always been in the community eye there tremendously. Mm-hmm. I'm really interested in what's going to happen with Nadiv Baines here in Mississauga Malton.
No there we numbers. They're teasing you. No numbers yet. You got to wait.
And there's Brad Butt.
Streetsville,
Brad Butt, 95, 90. That's going to be a very tough
very
fight. Brad is another one of those guys who's always in front of the public, always doing things.
Yeah, Brad's a great guy.
Yeah.
It's interesting when you talk about politics, regardless of your party, if you don't participate in your community, if you don't do something that they can't see you helping, your name doesn't translate. How important is that in business? I
think it's really important in business. I think, as it is in politics, I think the corollary to that is I think no matter how good you are as a constituency representative, when a wave hits, it takes the good and the bad away. Yep. And I think to your earlier point, Peel has a bit of a history of moving together. It's kind of like a mini Quebec in that way. When Peel comes together and they make their mind up, they tend to make their mind up. Whether that happens tonight, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, what was it in the 2006 elections? All Peel was red.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was red. It was liberal everywhere, and everybody's going. They were all holding hands and singing "Kumbaya." Yeah. And then all of a sudden, 2011, then we become totally conservative. Well, now it looks like we're changing we're the chameleon.
Yep.
We're the chameleon constituency.
Well, and that's why it's so important to the parties. I mean, even back as far as 1995, everyone said, well, Mike Harris, the 905 is fundamentally conservative. And it was that election. And it was further, but it wasn't in its nature entirely. It'll move. It moves with the government, right?
Was there one mistake? I mean, when I covered the provincial elections, as soon as the Conservative Hudak came out and says, we're going to let go of 100,000 public service sector jobs. I mean, he basically pulled a plug on the bathtub. All the water went out because everybody says, no way. It was the same thing when John Tory ran to be a mayor, and he said, we're going to take away all the Catholic schools. Was there one mistake that you think the Conservatives made in this election that may have contributed to this change?
I don't know if you could put it as to one mistake. Those were shorter campaigns. I think let's look. The fact is that it's 11 years, the fourth mandate. people just run out of steam. I mean, you know, some people want change and they want change, and, and it looks like they decided they did want change.
Yeah.
The NDP vote cratered, and they moved their. They saw the Liberal Party as the agent of change, and sometimes you just can't really fight against that.
Well, sometimes you just want to change.
Yeah.
Natalie, was there one thing that was a hallmark that you think that really gave them cause to move?
I think so. Actually, I believe that the Just Not Ready thing actually worked against the Conservatives in that it set, because particularly they came out with it at the beginning, it set the idea of where people expected Justin Trudeau's performance to be at a very low level in terms of the bar that was set for his performance in the debates and in other aspects. And that meant that when he was outperforming expectation that had been set by the Conservatives, he was the leader. He was the good guy. He had more power and more strength. And it's always, I think, a dangerous thing to set up your opponent as somebody who, you know, can then outperform the expectations you've created, because you can't come back from that.
Was there a little bit of the, you're just this and you're not and you're that, and people kind of say, well, maybe he is. Maybe it is the underdog scenario?
Canadians are, yeah, we're fans of underdogs. We also don't like attack ads still. I mean, they work. It's not like we don't resonate with them and we don't recognize them and remember them, but there's just still that undercurrent of hope that's present, I think, in Canadian politics, where we just don't like the idea that that's how we're campaigning, and we want to see, you know, we want to see talk about what you're going to do, what the issues are, etc., and not just negative ads.
Well, look at this Mississauga Centre here in specific. This is a new riding, and you look at Omar. Omar Alhabra was elected, I think, 2 elections ago.
Correct.
He was touted as being one of the youngest Liberal candidates. He had some difficulty at the outset in getting out there and expressing himself, but he got his political heels, and hats off to him. He waited long enough, and now he's back again, and it looks like he's going to take this new riding in Mississauga Centre. So interesting.
And Peter's still leading in
Still
Mississauga East.
significantly, yeah.
Peter Fonseca. Well, that's a significant amount. 500 votes in a constituency like that is a huge hit.
Yeah.
And again, I can't say more about Peter Fonseca, regardless of what party he represents. Peter Fonseca is one of those guys that's
Still very close to Mississauga Erin Mills
Very,
as well.
very-
Very,
yeah,
very
pretty
tight.
even, essentially.
now Mississauga Erin Mills. That's going to be one of those ridings that you're going to say, geez, I wonder what's going to happen. I mean, Bob Deckard has been there for such a long time. He's done great community service. He is one of those guys who he is out there regardless of his party. But you can definitely see that there's a change there. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, just to further Natalie's point, one of the to add on that sort of mistake narrative, setting that trying to set those negative ads so early was their tactic. But then by making the election so long, it allowed him to kind of recover from that and allow him to say, you know, oh wait, actually maybe he's not that bad. Had it been a typical 37-day campaign, they might have worked. They might have stuck, and that would have been the end of it, right? So.
Do you also think, I mean, when you look now, they said there was almost 3.6 million people who voted in advance polls. So if you take the salient information that they got in advance polls, and you're not allowing the final impression, the final push, the final media blitz, the final announcement, they said with the TPP that they were going to put $1 billion in the automotive sector. That could have made a big difference for a lot of people voting. Do you think the advance polls had an effect?
Well, I'm a little surprised, to be honest with you, on the advance polls, because 3.7 million Canadians voted, and the NDP vote has just seemed to crater. You think they would have locked in a bit of that vote earlier on when they were at 26, 27%, 2 weeks ago, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
But higher turnout does usually favor a change in government. Lower turnout favors the incumbents. Higher turnout favors a change vote. So I think that was a sign that we were going to see some change coming. Whether it was this much change as what we're seeing or not, I don't think anybody knew a week ago, but I think that was definitely a hallmark that there was definitely going to be some change.
Well, some of the people who work for Elections Canada made a statement that they were absolutely amazed at the amount of advanced polling that took place, or advanced voting that took place, to the extent that they were saying, we want to make sure that we have enough ballots printed, because they were not expecting such a surge. I wonder what kind of an effect, an interesting question for someone who's running a campaign or as a matter of fact, thinking of running. You got to get your gitch out real early. Because if you don't get your gitch out, you're not going to get your message. Because if you're trying to make an impact on people to vote for you, you have no time to wait to the last minute, because it ain't happening when you're talking about 3.6 million people who are already gone out and vote. And that could just increase.
Well, listen, a vote in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. So if you can get your vote out before, 10 days before the election, you're better off, because who knows what can happen. Well, last time your vote can shift, and you won't have the same percentage. It'll be interesting to see. I think there'll be a larger turnout. It'll be interesting to see if it just pulled votes from the general or if the overall turnout grew, right?
So Natalie, are you shocked at all?
I'm surprised at the breadth of it. I thought that the 905 was poised for some change. I didn't expect it to be this wholesale across the country. I had honestly thought that we'd be looking at a minority government, and it does look very much like this is going to be a majority.
I thought that
I'm not shocked. The polls have been calling. I'm not shocked. The polls have been calling for it. I had a voter today ask me at the door for a sign for my candidate in the Mississauga Lakeshore riding. So today. So the bandwagon is so strong that they wanted a sign on election day. We were getting calls late last night. I got a call at like 10:30 at night on Saturday to get a sign from someone who already had one because he wanted two. So the support and the momentum.
Look at this.
This is very interesting.
That is really interesting in Brampton.
Yeah.
Those are huge
look at
numbers.
this.
I mean, look at that. 60. I mean, that's enormous. Right?
63%. Or almost
Well, it looks like the Peel
really.
region is going red, ladies and gentlemen. We went blue, and now we're going red. I think I'm going to say goodbye to you, Natalie. Thank you so much for being here. Natalie Hart, thank you for being here. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for your discussion. You always add an excellent aspect to a political panel. I thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for welcoming.
Thank you. Interesting. We're going red. It looks like the Peel region. We have 12 seats that we're dealing with here, and one in Dufferin-Caledon. It's going to be interesting to see the way that all works. Interesting how tides change. You know, when you look at what had happened previously, at one time the region was red, and then the region went blue, and now we've gone red again. Interesting how it all changes. I was talking about the Magna Carta, and I wanted to just come back to that ever so briefly. The Magna Carta was actually, and then you're all going to say, what the heck is he talking about? The Magna Carta, it's an interesting fact, though. In 1215, the Magna Carta was the first passage of what we, as English-speaking people, they say, what we have as our rights, that we have the ability to have free speech. And what it was actually done, it was put in place to limit the powers of the king. Now, obviously, we don't have a king, but we have a government. And the Magna Carta basically gave us what some would say is part of our rights and freedoms, part of what Pierre Trudeau repatriated, part of what everybody likes to talk about rights and freedoms and our Charter of Rights. But the Magna Carta, 800 years ago, and here we are in the region of Peel, talking about a change, a huge change, from blue to red, from the Conservative government who ruled under Stephen Harper to now probably one of our younger prime ministers, Justin Trudeau, with the legacy of his father, Pierre Trudeau, and hearkening the bellwether note for change. Interesting. Joining me on the dais today, first of all, I'd like to say that we are so very proud to have so many people here with us tonight who took time out of their day to join us here at peelpolitics.ca. Also to Four Corners Radio, thanks very much for streaming us. They're streaming us as we go. And we've got our roving report. It'll be interesting to see what Hardeep, as he's going around the Peel region, is going to find out. I want to thank Peter Nogel. Peter is here from the Mississauga Board of Trade, and I want to thank him for coming here and spending time with us. And now joining us is Mr. Joseph Cashin. Joseph is part of the Brampton Focus team and part of the folks who helped to put this whole element together. One of the things, before I go to you, Cash, we call him Cash. He's rich in looks and rich in the pocket, and he's a successful businessman, and he is a business owner in the Brampton area, which is very important. Peter, when you think about volunteerism, because I know a lot of what you do at the Mississauga Board of Trade is volunteer, and you're getting all these business owners together. When you see the potential now of a Liberal government that's going to make a difference in investing in our business, this is a good day for business.
Yeah, I mean, we work with all governments, and frankly, we have great relationships with all parties. In Mississauga, we see some new faces, and we some faces we know, like Navdeep Baines. We have a great relationship with from his past successes. Omar as well. So we're looking forward to working with this government. Hope we will invite them in. We will invite them to meet our groups.
Well, look at this Mississauga Streets Road. Brad Butt is now trailing the Liberal. This is really going to be something of a landslide, I think, Peter.
Yeah, I think it is in our region, and you know, we'll see how it moves. It'll probably slow down as you go through the prairies, but we'll see. That'll be pivotal when they hit BC.
Joseph Cassan, I have to compliment you and your team at Brampton Focus for putting this all together and joining up with Mississauga Connects. What a wonderful scenario to be able to see two community groups all volunteer, all focused with the same purpose of trying to get the message out. Hats off to you and to your team at Brampton Focus for doing this, really.
Thank you very much. I mean, this is all put together. It's because Rogers Cable, Rogers TV wasn't providing any coverage for the Peel region. So we thought this would be the best bet for us to do something to our community.
I just want to step in. We have to give credit where credit is due. I have to say Rogers Television, which I've done many broadcasts with, did a lot of stuff for the Peel region. They did the all candidates meeting. They put the Brampton Focus element on. There was a change that they were doing an all Ontario broadcast. So they haven't abandoned it, but they weren't as focused. What we wanted to see was something that was more focused to the Peel region all the time. And that's when Brampton Focus and Mississauga Connect came in.
Together.
So we have to be careful because there was a lot of things that Rogers does throughout the year from politics, both municipal, provincial, and federal, that we have to acknowledge that. This was a void that we identified and something that we felt, when I say we, that Brampton Focus and Mississauga Connects felt that they could fill the void. This is in no way trying to say that there is less heart or less commitment, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I didn't want to put a bad name to Rogers.
But I just wanted to clarify for our folks at home so that they understand where we're coming.
The thing is, as a community organization, how Brampton Focus is, that we want to make sure we bring this aspect to the people. Because they want to know what's going on in the region of Peel. They want to know what's going on in Mississauga, Brampton, even Dufferin, Caledon. I mean, this information is very important to our people, so that's why we jumped on this bandwagon. So.
Well said. Now, Joseph Cashin, you were a business owner in the Brampton region.
Yes.
You are one of those engines that helps propel the economy. Does the advent of a Liberal government and this potential new spending and some changes, is this a positive thing? Because you're on the front lines of business in Brampton.
That's a good question. I think I am. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what exactly comes out of this. I mean, the fact that me being a business owner, I know I favor towards the Conservatives, but Liberal coming in, I have to wait and see what happens exactly for me to even comment on it or make any rash decisions on this. The NDP was a concern for many small business owners, but it's Liberal, so we'll wait and see what happens.
This is an interesting number here in Mississauga now. What's pretty much replicating what happened in Brampton.
Yes.
I mean, you see Navdeep and Malton at almost 63%. That's enormous, right? Lakeshore, yeah, it's huge.
Well, they're saying it's a Liberal majority.
Okay.
So that's what they're saying.
One that's built in Peel.
Well, and that's not a joke.
I'm not joking.
This is absolutely huge to see a region like this with 12 seats. And you figure we've had 5 new seats, 3 in Brampton and 1 in Mississauga. That's a huge change. A huge change, or it's 2 in 1. Sorry, it's 3 new seats, right?
Three.
So when you think of new seats being created, and when the region was totally blue, now going totally red, there's a fundamental change. There's a change in what people want, and it's a change in what people are going out and voting.
I think this change is all to do with, mainly in my honest opinion, was the voters who haven't voted in the previous election have come out to vote. I mean, even our advanced polling numbers were like huge. It's not normal. It was just huge. And a lot of the young people, I honestly believe, have gone out and voted and have made this decision and have favored the Liberals a lot. I honestly believe that's the main reason the Liberals have. I'm assuming will get a majority.
Well, I'm a little shocked, I have to say. I wasn't thinking it was going to be a majority. I don't think that the West is going to have that much effect, because with Quebec already in and Ontario reporting, I mean, look at these numbers here. I mean, wow, Stella Amber. I mean, it's 1,000 votes under. Yeah. I mean, that's massive in a small riding like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a wave, and it's a wave, it hit, right?
So we're still waiting for Malton to respond. So it's going to be interesting to find out, and we'll say that to our crack team downstairs once they have an idea when we're going to call this, because after it gets to a point, once they've decided that they have won, I mean, obviously if there's a certain percentage of the total amount of votes that were written, once it's counted, I mean, you can't lie about the numbers.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting. I would say about the next 10, 15 minutes, we should be pretty close to understanding where we're going to be.
True.
So how does a government then walk away from this? I mean, how do the Conservatives say, well, we got our butts kicked to the extent that not only did we lose a few, I mean, the whole ship went down, kids.
Well, look what the Liberals did it, right? The Liberals were wiped out. Not wiped out, but I mean, they were significantly put on their heels last election, and they came from third party to first place, maybe a majority. So it's certainly possible, but it takes soul searching, rebuilding, finding a new leader. I mean, obviously, Mr. Harper will not be the leader.
No, he won't be. I mean, there's going to be change there too.
Right, and that's a whole big rebuilding process. They have an active donor base, which will push them at an advantage for sure. So they'll have to just regroup and look at their policies and look at their leaderships and start from the beginning.
I think the history has spoken again. I mean, there's no government which has been re-elected during a recession. So the same thing happened to the Conservatives. So Liberals have come in. They have some new ideas, some new plans. They want to spend. They're not concerned about the budget right now. So they want to spend and try to create more jobs and build the economy. So I think it'll be something different, but I think it'll be better for our country. I mean, just because we haven't voted Liberal, we can't be standing behind the fence and just complaining. You know, we did it. Now we have to give them an opportunity to see what they could do better for our country. It's all about our country and what we could do better. So we'll wait and see what Trudeau does.
Well, what it really does, I believe, and I agree, Joseph, with your appraisal there. I think what it does say, it says a lot about the region appeal. It says we don't vote because we always have voted that way. We vote because we want to vote for what we think is right. And when you look at the pendulum swing, I think it's going to be an interesting premise in 4 years when we revisit a federal election, because I think they're going to have to pay even more attention to what's happening in the Peel region, and the Liberals they're going to have to show up now with their promises, because no one's guaranteed a seat, because it's pretty evident now that if you don't show up and you don't play and you don't pay for what you said you were going to play, God knows what color we can go next.
I mean, this might be a bit premature, but I mean, Nabdi Baines is a close advisor of Justin Trudeau, and they're going to look to people like that who've had that experience to put in cabinet. And I think that Peel will find themselves at the cabinet table.
Yeah. That's an interesting comment, Peter. I think when you look at some of the strongholds, I mean, you look at these numbers from Streetsville, Malton, when you look at some of those strongholds and you think about what is going to happen, when you start to consider cabinet positions, the region of Peel is such a huge piece of this. I mean, they have to start to acknowledge that there are some people here, right?
Absolutely. No, I think they will. I mean, that's all premature, and I'm sure they have their people in mind. But they had a small caucus, and now they're
so here you go. Look at the numbers here: 167, Harper at 98. Okay. Mulcair, sorry, Elizabeth. Elizabeth has none so far, but she had 2, I would believe, in Vancouver, and it was Vancouver Island where she had 2.
So those may not have reported, or still kind of
still waiting.
Yeah.
Mulcair, I'm surprised how he hasn't gotten more. I thought he would have been more traction. I was confident that there was at least going to be 1 or 2 that were going to happen in the Peel region. I'm shocked that there isn't.
I was really hoping the Peel region was going to have at least 1 NDP elected. I mean, especially, I personally met Martin Singh, and he has done a wonderful job. It seems to be a straight up guy. So I really liked him, and I was hoping he would do some kind of inroad in the polls, but it didn't really work out.
Wow.
So that's how it is.
I think that with those numbers, we may have all new opposition leaders in the next election. I don't see how the other parties' leaders will stay on, to be honest.
That's true, yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. I don't know. Geez, that's quite something. I mean, hats off to the Liberal Party and doing a good job, and hats off to all those Liberal candidates who stuck by their guns and came back. I mean, when you look at a formidable opposition in a region that is totally blue, to say that I'm going to go red and I'm going to stand beside red, many people said that Justin Trudeau wasn't ready. Many said that he was too young. Many said that you can't go on the piggyback of your father, and he didn't. He scored his own goals, and he stood up for it. It looks like that he wasn't too young. It looks like he's got possibly part of that was one of the discerning factors to be able to control the youth vote. and there was confidence behind what he's speaking of. That says a lot about our populace to be able to take in new information and to make a change. It'd be interesting what the Americans are going to take from this. I mean, you talk about, you know, a two-party system in the States. I mean, we got what, 6 parties, 7 parties here, for goodness sakes. I mean, what does that tell you about the people in Peel?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The thing is, I mean, one thing you got to hand to Justin and the Liberal parties. They came from behind. They were losing the poll. They were not to be seen, and all of a sudden they came to the challenge and they stood up, and I got to hand it to them. I mean, it is going to be a majority, and you know, I commend them on what they have done.
Wow. So there's Brampton Centre. So Bob Gozel was the incumbent. It looks like that's going to Sangha now, and that's over 500 votes. That's really huge. Badgel, so this is an open seat here. This is one where there was no incumbent. So Raj Grewal, we just had our roving reporter there. Hardeep was from there. Brampton North. Wow, so Parm Gill was the incumbent there. Sahota, very well-spoken young lady. I had occasion to meet her and speak with her. She really wears her heart on her shoulders, and I think part of her appeal was definitely to the constituents. I mean, she participated in the Brampton Focus all candidates debate. She was very well-spoken, very passionate about what she wanted to get across. That'll be quite a hit to the Conservatives with Parm Gill gone, because he represented a big part of their ethnic vote, and he was one of those people that Mr. Harper paid attention to. So there will be a definite loss to the Conservative Party. But Ruby Sahota, look at that. Very interesting. Mind you, 40. Well, you can tell that's a small constituent. It depends.
Well, that something happened on our leaderboard here, so we'll have to come back to this one.
They're changing this on the fly. Yeah. This is part of the beauty of this kind of a thing. So we're seeing the numbers
maybe
going.
99, I think.
So you're seeing the numbers change live. That's part. Hey, listen, you know what? We're very fortunate to be here today. We're surrounded by a volunteer crew of people who are attempting to do something that many other broadcasters spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of dollars on. Brampton Focus and Mississauga Connects got together and decided that they were going to do a broadcast that was Peel focused on the 12 regions, 12 ridings, I should say, in Peel, and entertain people and guests that are here.
No, they did it. They're doing a great job, because actually that is correct. They updated the Conservative number for the Liberals, and so
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
okay.
So they did a great job.
So here we go. Now Brampton South. Sadu there again. Wow, you know, I mean, when you look at all of this is absolutely something. It'll be interesting to hear what some of them have to say. Peter, I want to just give you a last opportunity to talk to our folks about the Mississauga Board of Trade. It is people like you who volunteer your time and put all the businesses together and make a concerted effort to represent the business people in Mississauga. We want to thank you for being here, and just want to give you an opportunity to talk to the folks about the merits of the Mississauga Board of Trade.
So we take an active role in the community, but particularly on the policy front. We went through a big exercise last year creating a document called Mississauga Works that identified our policy priorities for the municipal, federal, provincial election. We printed it off. So I'll tell you something. We're going to meet these new MPs. We're going to hand them our document. We're going to say, here are our priorities. Meet with us, work with our colleagues in Brampton, and
yes, you are.
For the betterment of this community, so we can continue to grow and continue to make this region really one of the fastest growing, most prosperous region in this country. So,
well, thank you so much for being here. We very much appreciate the Mississauga Board of Trade and Brampton Board of Trade for being here. Peter, you're from the Mississauga Board of Trade, and I know there were a lot of places that you could have been tonight, but Peter Nogel, you came here and spent time with us. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the time that you help all the businesses in Mississauga. It's very important.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you for your efforts tonight.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We're going to keep Cash on. He's going to stay with us, and we're going to bring another one of our guests on. Carlo's going to join us. But just want to give you a little bit of an update. So of the 12 ridings in the Peel region, both in Mississauga and Brampton, we've all turned red. Interesting. They said that he wasn't ready. Well, I think he is ready. And some of the things we have to look for, particularly in the energy and the environment scenario, there's some national targets that the Liberals want to do to curb greenhouse gas emissions. And they do support the Keystone XL pipeline. So that's an interesting point. We need to be able to sell what it is that we have. And the Liberals have definitely supported that. They're looking to spend about $20 million over the next 10 years for greener infrastructure. Earlier we had some guests on from the Green Party who were concerned about the green aspect of it, our environment. So the Liberals taking on the government, it looks like they are going to be the people who are going to help us to do that. From a public finance standpoint, they're going to run 3 years of a deficit. So be prepared for a deficit. They're not going to exceed $10 billion, but it'll be interesting to see what the stock markets are going to say. O'Leary said yesterday, he said if the NDP gets in, it's going to be a crash of the stock market. If the Liberals get in, it's going to be a minor bit of a bump because they're going to spend money and go in deficit. And of course, O'Leary and O'Leary funds and all the rest of that would basically back a conservative government. But now facing the Liberals, it's going to be interesting with all the infrastructure money that's going to go on and the development money that the Liberals are going to spend. We're hoping that in running a deficit that the money will trickle down. Very interesting. Speaking of trickling down, speaking of someone who's on that kind of public wave, we're being joined by Miss Carla Bailey. Miss Bailey is part of the Brampton Focus team, as well as Mr. Joseph Cassan. And Carla was sitting there on the Facebook. What has the reaction been from the Facebook users out there?
Well, it's a lot of surprise, Michael. Like, everybody keeps saying, wow, unexpected, completely unexpected. But honestly, while we were outside on the streets doing all those streeters, I kind of got that idea that a lot of the young peoples, they kept saying, Justin Trudeau, Justin Trudeau.
Well, it was interesting when one of the young ladies who was here, Omaya, when she was saying they did a mock election where in the school what they did was they went through the elective process where they went to talk, etc. And they ascertained that it was a conservative at the first part, but two others, Sophia Ramsey Brown was saying she went to two others and they all said it was Liberal. So it was interesting how the trend was moving towards Liberal. And the polls said that. But do you really trust the polls? I mean, Cash, really, do you trust the polls?
But the thing is, I mean, the polls kind of showed a different perspective for us. I mean, it showed the NDP and the Conservative leading and the Liberals are all the way behind. And then when you see the polls change and it was a three-way tie and the NDP was falling off and then the Conservatives were falling off and the Liberal were leading, you have to kind of give some thought to this. There has to be some kind of some truth to this. Yeah, most of the polls may not be, but the way this trend went from a Liberal being in third place to NDP being in first place to Conservative being in second, then Conservative moving ahead, then the NDP falling off, you have to kind of give it some thought. You know, this is true. I mean, one thing I'm happy about is the fact that the Liberals said they're going to spend some money on infrastructure. So I'm hoping, I mean, with this appeal being read, I'm hoping there's going to be some money spent on us. So we'll see what happens.
Well, at the time being 22:41, we've just got a little bit over 15 minutes till the top of the clock at 11 o'clock when we conclude our broadcast. But we can definitely see from the numbers as we're scaling through the numbers, going once around the hoop, that it surely looks like the Liberals are going to make the Peel region all red. Very interesting numbers. As you've seen, Mississauga, Stella Amber, she's been re-elected once coming up, and there's the new guy. There's the Liberal, Svan. Is it Svan or Sven? Oh, geez. I met this guy, and he's such a cool guy. You can see that's right, Sven Spiegelman, a new guy. He was an educator, never ran before, and as a result of him putting his name forward, it just goes to show that if you put your name forward and you want to run, you can get elected. We had the opportunity to meet one of the Green Party, Miss Nagayan, who was running as a Green Party candidate, Lynn Nagayan. She was running in Mississauga Centre, and this was a young lady who had never been involved in politics before and decided that she wanted to run for the Green Party, and she was she was successful in getting herself out there. Unfortunately, she didn't win, but what an experience and quite something. So there's a perfect example when you look at the Mississauga Lakeshore riding. Sven Spiegelman decided that he was going to run against an incumbent, a Conservative incumbent, because the whole Peel region was blue. Very interesting results. Carla, is there one thing when you were doing the streeters out there, was there something that was the hallmark that kind of gave you a hint that it was going to be Liberal?
Well, almost everybody that we spoke to
really
was Liberal. The only people that were Conservatives would be more like the older generation.
Right.
They tended to be conservative. But anybody under the age of 40 that we spoke to,
Right.
it was definitely a Liberal.
You know, it's interesting. I would say that anybody who's over 40 would be, from a fiscally conscious standpoint, would say we don't want to go into debt. We like a balanced budget. We don't want to take the risk. Whereas the younger generation would say, you know what, you got to spend a little to get a little. Do you think that's true, Cash?
I totally agree. I mean, the thing is, I know we have we get a surplus with the Conservative government. I mean, the thing is, what does the surplus do to us? I mean, that's the key here. If you go into surplus or you go into debt, as a taxpayer, guess what you're doing? You're still paying for it. So it doesn't really make a difference. And right now, the economy needs some money put into it, right? They need to boost
stimulus,
some money.
that's what we're saying. We need stimulus for jobs. We need stimulus for money. We need stimulus for health care.
So that's what
you sure voted for it, because I'm going to tell you, the Liberal government, I was reading some of these numbers, and every single thing, the one thing that really ticked me off was when they said to Justin, they said, so really, how much money are you going to spend? And he turned back, I'm just going to tell you, you can add it up on my website. And it's kind of like, dude, how many billions of dollars are you going to spend?
Well,
but I guess you got to spend to make, right?
But Michael, you got to remember, the younger generation, they're not thinking about it like that. They're thinking about what is it that's important to them. Like the single mom, she's thinking about, okay, with Justin Trudeau, I'm going to get more money in my pocket. He's going to.
Are you really going to get more money in your pocket?
He's going to provide all $15 a day daycare.
That was the NDP.
No, but
he's going to make. I mean, he's got some
the
great
NDP
initiatives.
was saying it, but in the Liberal, in the all candidates debate, the Liberals were saying they agree with it and they will be fighting for that too.
So the Liberals, from a public finance standpoint, they said they're going to run 3 years of deficits and they're not going to extend over $10 billion. From a taxation standpoint, they say that they're going to take 33% of an income of more than $200,000. So if you make more than $200,000, you will be taxed at a rate of 33%. And they're going to do a tax cut on anybody who makes between $44,000 and $89,000. So it's a drop of 20%. So that's a positive aspect as far as taxation is concerned. They're going to spend $60 million in roads, infrastructure. They're going to run a deficit, so they're going to build bridges, as you saw from the Brampton Board of Trade and the Mississauga Board of Trade, and also from the South Asian Board of Trade. That it's all about investing in infrastructure, because that's going to create more money. $20 billion in transit infrastructure. Well, hey, in the region of Peel, it's all about the LRT. It's all about transportation. We got to move our people in and out of the city, right? They're going to do an infrastructure bank, which is very interesting. So they're going to set up a bank all about doing infrastructure. I think that's a really good idea. I mean, if you're going to spend the money, you might as well invest it in yourself and create something instead of having it come from the government out of the taxes. So that's an interesting perspective. $300 million annually in youth unemployment strategy. I mean, we have an unemployment problem. We need to be able to get it to go. They're talking about that. 12-month break on the unemployment insurance premiums. Interesting. Training programs, $200 million in training workers. Interesting, and all this that's going on. I mean, there's so many things to come. We're going to continue our discussion. I want to say thank you to you, Joseph Cashin. Again, thank you so much for all that you did. Good luck on your Williams Coffee. You got a great place there, and you are one of the entrepreneurs that are on the forefront of the business people in the city of Brampton, and being part of Brampton Focus and helping this go on is really good.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for all the compliments. Thank you.
No, you were a good man. We're going to keep you for a sec. We're just gonna tag up now with some of our results. And as you can see, Carla, you're going to stay with us for a sec. As you can see from some of our results, we really are coming across 183 for Trudeau and 98 seats for Harper. It surely looks like we're going to have a Liberal majority government. And the region of Peel is going red, ladies and gentlemen. We started with blue. Now we're going to go red. At 22:47, we got under 15 minutes till the 11 o'clock hour. We should be able to get all the final numbers in from the West Coast, which will really determine what the final numbers are. Interesting evening for sure. We've had a whole bunch of guests that were talking about what we needed to do with jobs, what we needed to do with infrastructure, what we needed to do with family daycare. All those elements are huge. And now with the Liberal government, we're going to invest in ourselves. And it's really important to understand that this is a tide. This is a change. And it really is time for change. Let's go to our next guest. Welcoming back Don McLeod. Don McLeod, one of the senior executives in the Brampton Focus organization. Don, are you shocked at these results? You look like you're postulating it.
No, I'm not actually.
I don't want to wake
Actually,
you
no.
up. That's very mean of me because Don was actually looking down at the results.
No, I'm actually. I thought that maybe one or two Conservatives would hold on in Brampton, but I'm surprised that a couple of ridings turned over to red. I wasn't surprised at 3 of them. I'm more surprised at the NDP collapse. I think that's.
I was shocked at that. I thought for sure we were going to have at least 1 or 2 NDP.
I thought at least one, but they have just imploded over the last month, and it seems that Trudeau and the youth movement seems to be taking over, and it seems that it's going to be an interesting 4 years if they form a majority. All the numbers haven't been in yet. I don't know what the pundits are postulating, whether it's going to be a Liberal majority or not, but the way it looks, it's
a Liberal majority.
Let's talk to Hardeep. We've got Hardeep on the line. He's probably got a little bit of insight for us. I'm just going to put my ear in this. Again, we're MacGyvering this, ladies and gentlemen. Hardeep, how are you, Hardeep? What's the word out there, my friend? Oh, I hear the ring-a-ding-a-ding. So Hardeep is our roving reporter. He's part of the Brampton Focus team. He's been going around to a lot of the campaign headquarters. We had the opportunity to talk to 2 campaign people. There we go, Hardeep. How's it going out there, Hardeep? It's red, 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 baby. I'm watching you walk. It's absolutely amazing. I love the beard. Hardeep, it's Michael at peelpolitics.ca. Can you hear me, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey there, Hardeep. It's red, red, red everywhere. Where are you, and what do you have to report?
Okay, sorry, say that again?
I said it's red, red, red everywhere. The region of Peel is all red. What do you have to report?
We're here at Ruby Sohoda's headquarters here, and there's a party going on here. They're all ready. They're waiting on a few other people to show up before Ruby comes out and does her victory speech. So it's right here as well, and they're well aware of it.
Well, it's interesting. We got 7 minutes left in the show, and it's interesting, Hardeep, because, when you looked at Parham Gill, there was a lot of talk about Parham Gill and the Conservatives. I think that one of the things Rudy really did was communicate and connect with the people in the Brampton North area, and it'll be interesting to hear what she has to say when she does her acceptance speech.
Absolutely. We'll stay right here with it. Hopefully she comes out soon.
I hope so. We have about 7 minutes left, so if I don't have an opportunity to come back to you, Hardeep, I want to thank you on behalf of Brampton Focus and Mississauga Connects. You did a great job running around. I know it's not easy to sit there and find a place to get in the report. You asked great questions, and you connected us to a whole bunch of candidates. Hardeep Kalra, you did a very good job, an excellent job. I want to thank you. If we don't have an opportunity to come back to you, I hope we do, but I thank you so much for everything that you did.
Well, thank you for the
So
kind
about
words.
6 minutes left in the broadcast. There's a lot of things that one has to say, and Hardeep Kalra, you have to understand this poor fellow was going around all the candidates, talking on the phone. It's one of those thankless jobs to run around. Everybody thinks that it's such a great thing to be in TV. There's a hell of a lot of hard work. Carla Bailey is another one of those people who's worked very, very hard. When you think of all the connections that you had to, how many phone calls do you figure you did, Carla? How many candidates, how many people did you talk to?
I'm not even going to put a number to that one because
Tons.
it was call-in, recall-in, emailing, recall-in. So, we understand they're busy.
So with about 8 minutes left to go, 8 to 7 minutes left to go, when you think about television and you look at all those things that all those other networks do, and you were able to play politics and play in this, what does that make you feel about this whole group? There's probably about 30 people here.
I must say, tonight's crew really did well. Paul Vicente, my hat goes off to you because he worked night and day putting the studio together. This entire thing, Don, amazing.
And Mohawk College, we have to
Mohawk
think,
College,
Mohawk
we have
College
had to
came
tweet
through in
them,
spades. I mean,
tweet
these kids came out, and they're not kids; they're young people. I have to say, I should not call them kids. Really important that when you have people like that who come to the fore and assist you. We also had a bunch of ringers too. I mean, we had a director here, we had a couple of technical producers. We're going to thank everybody by name afterwards. But when you have a group of people who come together and volunteer their time because they too are interested in seeing what the results are in politics, it really says quite something to our community. Now, Don, you're a business owner in this community.
Yeah.
I mean, you own a company here. You ran in politics, so you've tasted a little bit of the sweet wine of people hearing what it is about politics. What do you say? That's so true. Politics is a cool thing, but it's very, very hard work. How difficult is it for those Conservative candidates to go up there and say, you know what?
Well, you know what? It's part of the business. I mean, you're going to win or lose. I mean, you're not going to win all the time, and it's one of the situations that I think they knew it was coming. I think if they were realistic about their chances, if they were, if they knew. A lot of people looked at it and they said there was going to be a change. So a lot of people didn't expect the change that we have right now. They didn't think it was going to be as dramatic, but when we did the Brampton Focus debate, there were some candidates that we had that did a fantastic job during that debate. Ruby Sahota was one of them that did a fantastic job. Raj Grewal, he was another one that actually stood out. Martin Singh did a very good job.
Actually, that was one, as far as one of the candidates from an NDP standpoint. I really thought that Mr. Singh was going to be one of those guys who was really going to make a surge. It's unfortunate, but it's the way it goes when it goes to politics. You vote, and you always have that discussion with just about 3 minutes left. You always have that discussion: do you vote for the person or do you vote for the party?
Well, I'm going to tell you, it's one of the situations we could have had this talk along, but we only have 3 minutes left. But I think the landscape of politics is changing. I mean, a lot of people want their people on the ground to represent them on the ground.
Yes.
They don't want to represent a big picture and say, I'm voting for the Conservatives because of their whole ideas.
Right.
They want someone on the ground that they can talk to and go to when they want something done in their community. I think that's one of the big reasons why a lot of the Liberals actually got voted in. Ruby Sahota, they did a good job at sort of selling themselves to their constituents that they're interested in representing them at the federal level. And I think that's important.
That's well said. Don McLeod, thank you to yourself and Brampton Focus, all your people who put this together. An amazing effort. It is something that has never been done. Thank you to Don McLeod. Also, thank you to Carla Bailey.
And I'd like to thank you, Michael Charbon, for spending your time and effort with this 4 hours.
My pleasure.
You can read off to people, that, and we will leave you alone. I appreciate it. Thank you much. And you can wrap up the set.
Thank you,
Michael.
Sorry I'm being abandoned here all alone. No, I want to say thank you to everybody who came here tonight. It's quite something when you have a group of people who all volunteer their time and their efforts for a goal. I want to thank, first of all, our 13-year-old Omaya, who came here. This is the girl who did the political blog. How amazing is that? Calvin Barry, former chief Crown prosecuting attorney and now a defense attorney, for coming here. Layla Zarebra. Now that lady, this is a lady who was an Iraqi who came here, was giving us a really interesting feel. Also a former Green Party member. Gave us some great insight on the youth vote. Thank you to her. Thank you to Natalie Hart. You saw Natalie, political pundit. Her and I love to spar, and for her coming here, it was absolutely fantastic. Layla Zaribran, Sanjay Makar. Now, this is a guy who came here from the South Asian Chamber of Commerce, gave us some great insight. Sophia Ramsey Brown, a lady that represents our community, has her heart and her soul, and it was so wonderful to have her here. I want to definitely thank the people from Brampton Focus, Paul Vicente, and all his technical things that he put together for us. Paul Vicente, if he hadn't have been in a position to be so kind to allow us to play television, we wouldn't have been able to do that. Don McLeod, Michael Jovi, Fazil Khan, Joseph Kassan, Hardeep Kallara, Carla Bailey, all those people from Brampton Focus, thank you so much. We also like to thank Mississauga Connect for being part of this, very important. Our sponsors, William Fresh Cafe, Four Corners Radio, and of course, Mohawk College. Now, this is our TV crew. Dave Sanders, my buddy, my pal, Dave Sanders, a professional director and television crew. Thank you so much, Dave Sanders. Terry Ritchie, our line producer. Kyle Ullman for stats. Dwayne Rowe, our technical producer. Anthony Sacco, our technical producer. Brandon Storino, Brandon, sorry about that. Kurt Hull, Stacy Pemberton, Ashaya Das, Duncan Levitt, Ailey Meyer, Emily Cannon, Linda Ton, Julian Vicente, and Matthew Christensen. All these people were responsible for putting this show together. My name is Michael Charbon. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honor to be here with you. Thank you for voting, and good luck to the Liberals and to Peel Region. Thanks for watching.